To open our meeting, welcome everybody who's come along tonight. I'd like to advise that we are recording this meeting, we are live streaming. For that reason, I ask that elected members in particular turn their phones to silent and just wait for me to announce them before speaking, so those watching know who is speaking. We have everyone here except I think we've got a couple of elected members that are running late. I'm not sure we've received any apologies. So Alderman Zuko and Councillor Posselt are not here at the moment. There are no leave of absences. I'll start with a acknowledgement to country, and I'd like to just take a moment to acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land and the Aboriginal Tasmanian community, and note their enduring connection to this country. Prior to British colonisation in 1803, it's estimated that up to 10,000 Aboriginal Tasmanians thrived on this land. However, their population faced a tragic decimation within just 30 years. By 1835, there were only about 350 Tasmanian Aboriginal people remaining, most of whom were taken to Flinders Island, where the vast majority perished in the following years. The original owners of this land were victims to both introduced diseases and a frontier war that raged here between 1826 and 1832. As we gather here today to discuss the future of our community, let us not forget the past and the resilience of Aboriginal Tasmanians. Their struggles remind us the importance of respect, recognition and reconciliation. Thank you. Confirmation of the minutes of our last meeting, which was the 24th of February, moved by the Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. Any discussion on the minutes? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. It's carried unanimously. Are there any items that anyone would like to propose are transferred on the open agenda? There being none, I'll move on to notification of council workshops. Just noting that we have had 2 workshops since our last meeting, so they're called now the Hobart Workshop. The first one was on the 17th of March, held here at Council. We covered the Collins Street project, several matters that are on the agenda tonight actually, local government electoral bill and regulations. And then we had another Hobart workshop out on the Domain at the Athletic Centre on the 24th of March, where we discussed the Macquarie Point Stadium and the Council's submission for that process, the Central Hobart Plan implementation program, and a built form analysis overview of that Central Hobart Plan. So that's the council workshops that we've had. It's now time for public question time, and I just need to remind everyone that we do have quite a few questions tonight, but under the local government regulations we are confined to 15 minutes for questions, so we'll get on with it and try and get through everybody. So the first, we have some that we received on notice. I'll allow those folks, if they are here first, to start. So we have one from Dr. Melanie Sharman. Is Melanie here? Yeah. Melanie, would you like to come up and ask your questions?
Sure. Just to give a bit of background first, so as per my previous email to all councillors, I'll just start to say I'm a public health researcher specialising in physical activity research. So
just a little bit closer to the microphone, please.
Sorry, is that better? Is it on? Okay. So I sent an email to stating that the evidence is clear that the environments in which we live, work and play is associated with physical activity levels. So given population level physical activity in Tasmania is below recommended guidelines for health, and we have some of the highest rates of physical inactivity related disease in the country, for example, heart disease and diabetes, it is critical that spaces to recreate are expanded and not contracted. So in the Heart Foundation's Healthy Active by Design, the extensive international and national level peer-reviewed evidence informs the recommendations to enhance the physical environment. And to quote, they state that flexible, shared and mixed-use environments that are available at many times are needed to support physical activity, well-being, sports participation, community interaction and social cohesion. So what I've just described here is currently how the South Hobart Recreation Ground is operating, which is an exemplar of how public recreational spaces should be used to maximise community health and wellbeing benefits. So my two questions are, what processes does the Council have in place to ensure that the decisions about the health and wellbeing of the community are made using the best available evidence, for example, the Heart Foundation's Healthy Active by Design? My second question is, will the evidence used by Council to inform the decision about the use of South Hobart Recreation Ground be made publicly available? And to finish, I'm sure we can come up with a solution where everyone can continue to use what is an amazing asset in the South Hobart community. Thank you.
Dr. Sharman, a response has been provided by the CEO, and I'll get him to read out the response.
Yeah, thanks very much for your questions, Dr. Sharman. So the response prepared by officers this afternoon. So I can advise that no decisions have been made at this stage concerning any changes to the current usage arrangements at the South Hobart Recreation Ground. At the current time, officers are undertaking a review of the dog management policy, which needs to consider the recreation ground as it is currently an off-lead dog exercise area whilst not in use for organised sport. So the Council is engaging with the community in respect to the review of the policy and have a broad range of professionals involved internally to ensure that the best available evidence is being considered. So in relation to your part two of your question, yes, the draft dog management policy will be publicly considered at a Council workshop committee and as well as Council meeting, and this will include a summary of any information or evidence that is considered appropriate.
So our next question is from Dr. Jennifer Connor. Dr. Connor, would you like to come forward and ask your questions? And just as before, just a minute preamble and then directly to questions, please.
Yep. So my name's Dr. Jennifer Connor. I'm a resident and ratepayer in South Hobart, and I'm also a dog owner, soccer parent and general practitioner. Concerns have been raised about the health risks of dog faeces and urine to users of South Hobart Recreation Ground. From my research and in discussion with colleagues, including a clinical microbiologist, there is no data available regarding the incidence of disease. In my 18 years of general practice, I have seen no cases of gastrointestinal or parasitic infections in patients from dog waste. If a possible infection were to incur, it would likely be a few days of diarrhoea with or without fevers, which may or may not require medication to resolve it. It would also be incredibly difficult to identify dog waste as the cause in the case of bacterial causes, as these are far more likely to be obtained from school, daycare, or an infected colleague who has not washed their hands properly. My first question is, has there been any documented reports of a health condition resulting from dog faeces or urine at South Hobart Ground or other ground in Hobart City Council? Has the Council engaged an independent and, quote, thorough risk assessment of the health implications of allowing active sport on an area used for dog exercising, as was recommended in the South Hobart Master Plan draft of 2023? And also, considering the risk matrix settings in Appendix A of the risk management framework for the City of Hobart, the likelihood rating would be rare and the consequence rating varying from insignificant to moderate, resulting in a low overall risk rating. If the Council agrees that the overall risk rating is low, can this issue please be considered to be successfully addressed and that shared use is safe to continue? And as per my email correspondence to all councillors, and more recently the CEO, I'm very happy to meet at the ground to discuss any of these issues further pertaining to community use. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Connor. A response has been drafted by the CEO and I'll ask him to read it out.
Again, thanks, Dr. Connor. So the response to your questions, the City has not received any formal incidents reports or is aware of any documented reports of health conditions resulting from dog faeces or urine at the South Hobart Oval or any other council ground. At this point in time, the council has not engaged an independent health assessment on the ground. Whilst the South Hobart Oval and the Park Master Plan is yet to be formally endorsed by the council, the document does suggest the consideration of, along with other options should the shared use continue, a thorough risk assessment of the health implications for allowing active sport on an area used for dog exercising. So a risk assessment will be undertaken should the independent health assessment proceed to determine the level of risk.
Okay, we now have notice has also been provided from Sky Target. Ms. Target, would you like to come forward and ask your questions?
Hi there, my name's Sky Target. I've been a South Hobart resident for approximately 20 years. I'm a South Hobart Primary School soccer coach for the under 13 girls, a parent and a dog owner. I'm not affiliated with any dog walking association. Personally, that I'd like to comment that while my initial primary concern was the access to the ground for dog-like activities, my key concern is also now the harassment and exclusionary behaviour of the club, predominantly towards South Hobart residents who utilise the ground. Various correspondents to the Hobart City Council will attest to this. Today here I'm asking my 3 questions on behalf of another resident who didn't feel comfortable coming themselves because their child plays for the soccer club in question, and they're a bit concerned about sort of reprisal type behaviour, which I do hear a bit in the community. Since 1888, the South Hobart Recreational Soccer Ground has remained a critical resource for the South Hobart community, both structured and unstructured activities, due to its central location, foot traffic accessibility and the proximity to the schools and services. Many people use it after school, practising ball sports, frisbee, exercising themselves and their pets, and simply relaxing with friends in the beautiful location. For decades this has gone on collaboratively and has worked really cohesively. For the last several months, a private soccer school has booked out the entire playing field portion of the ground, most afternoons and evening, leaving little or no availability in the daylight hours for the local community to access it. These bookings have increased.
Would you mind getting to your questions?
Yeah, I certainly can. I can flip straight to the questions. Does the council propose to ensure fair and reasonable access to the ground for the local community, particularly during winter months where the days are short? To improve community cohesiveness, could the council please publicise bookings for the ground and other grounds in the Hobart City Council area on their website? And finally, can we please have the much needed public soccer goals identified in the South Hobart Draft Master Plan to allow children who can't afford or who don't want to attend the soccer school to practice? Children have woven flagged tapes in the boundary nets for makeshift goals, but these are routinely taken away by the soccer club in question. That's the end of the questions.
Thank you, Ms. Target. Just because of the later receipt of those questions, we'll have to take those on notice. So we'll prepare a response and they'll be sent to you, and all of those other responses will be sent to Dr. Connor and Dr. Sharman.
Thank you.
So that's all the ones we have on notice. Now we have time for some from the floor. So I think Maria Riddell would like to ask one from the floor.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. It's clear that not all Hobartians and those who use and are businesses at all hours on Collins Street were at the meeting. So the votes weren't really a fair and true representation. The meeting was stacked and intimidating. My husband had to move because he was sitting next to a bunch of noisy bullies. I was advised in an email that like motions have been consolidated into a single motion by Mr. Young for the Collins Street thing. I could move and speak to the relevant motion should I wish to do so. Motion 3 was a messy jumble of motions, with my motion asking for an electoral poll conveniently down the very bottom. I'm pretty upset that it wasn't a separate motion, because it's a very important one to ask the community, all the community, not just those that were in the hall. And so I'm asking that you implement an electoral poll, because that's fair and reasonable, and that indicates whoever, or both sides. And the appalling display by the bike laners
Excuse me, Ms. Riddell. Is that the first?
That's one question, yes. I've got a second one.
Okay.
A really
so
quick
straight
one.
To the questions,
Yep.
please. Yep.
Okay. So I was not impressed by the laughing, bullying, etc., and the publicly laughing and yelling at an elderly lady on a mobility scooter, bullying her because they didn't like her going to a hairdresser once a week. This being her probably special outing. And so I'm asking council to apologise to the elderly lady and to ask that the bike lane bullies do the same. And if you don't, I wonder why. The last question is, the final motion was number 4, which asked for a vote supporting good governance, process, ethics and accountability on the part of Hobart City Council. The pro-lane lobby voted against this motion. Surely any fair-minded person with respect for fair process on the part of government when disputes arise, instead of opposing democracy, free speech and fair play, would vote yes. It was clearly a display, and I quote, of the worst elements of human nature, showing an abysmal lack of respect.
Ms. Riddell.
Don't you agree? I'll put that on at the end. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. With the others, I gave 1 minute overall, even though there were 3 questions. So I'm just trying to stick to that, given we've got a limited amount of time. So those questions, I presume the CEO will want to take on notice because they're quite detailed. Oh, or you'd like to speak to them?
If you'd like to, they're pretty detailed.
Yeah, about the motions and submissions, I think.
Well, it's just we're going to have limited time for anything else.
Take them on notice.
Okay. We'll take them on notice, so we've got a chance for one more questioner. Mr. Edwards, would you like to ask your question? Again, just no more than 1 minute preamble to start with.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question relates to trust, integrity and ethical behaviour. And you are no doubt aware of your replying to my previous correspondence requesting details of the processes enacted by Council. Had a written reply in that note on the 30th of November. You're also no doubt fully aware of my statement at the recent public meeting. My question is, can the public trust the Council, which include all members of Council, to adhere to and recognise their own stated criteria of conducting credible research, evaluations, credible data analysis, and respect professional consultants' advice, and I add to that including advice from the Council's own experts, the recommendations, etc., when the Council make their planning and policy decisions. So it's a question, can the public trust the Council in enacting and adhering to their own stated policy guidelines?
Look, I think the Council sets its own policy and its procedure. It needs to be held to account to those. So, I mean, the answer to that would be yes, that we do need to comply with any policy that we set as a Council.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So just reinforcing, the answer is that the Council does respect their stated policy and doesn't deviate from that by making statements without foundation, without credibility and without research.
Okay, is there another question? Any other questions from the floor? There being none, we will move on now to the next item. Thanks everyone for your questions. So the next item is petitions. We haven't received a petition. After that is item 8 is consideration of supplementary items. Oh, I'll just wait for the gallery to clear. Thank you for coming. Supplementary items, there are none. Item 9 is indications of pecuniary and conflicts of interest. Would anyone like to declare any interest in any matters on the agenda? There being none, we'll move on to item 10, which is transforming Collins Street, options for retaining loading zones and parking opportunities between Victoria and Murray Street. Would someone like to move the motion? Move by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. Discussion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I wanted to move an amendment to this motion tonight to change point 2 of the recommendation to include option 4 in the supporting documentation with the no clearway option as recommended by our officers in 3.26 of the agenda tonight.
So the exact wording of your motion, of your amendment is?
To replace the line items in point 2 of the recommendation, where it refers to the options being adopted, to change that to option 4 with no clearway as stated in 3.26.
Okay, so item 2 would now read council.
Get it up here.
Could I get perhaps something in writing, Councillor Kitsos?
Yes, no, I don't have anything in writing tonight. I think perhaps it would be good to get officers' advice on the best way to amend this point because it does incorporate quite a bit of referencing there to parking and loading zones and the attachment that's appropriate. Is it possible to have some commentary around adopting option 4?
CEO or?
Well, it would be better to have it up on the screen, so...
Yeah, it would be it's my preference to get the amendment in writing so we can put it up on the screen because it is just a simple amendment.
I'd like to quickly draft something or...
Councillor Kitts wants to email it, I can get it straight up there.
Okay, while we're waiting for an amendment, we'll proceed with debate on the substantive motion as it is.
I also would like to move an amendment to this, add number 5. And I've sent it to the legal officer. And the amendment is that the addition that council officers prepare a report outlining the legal obligations of the state government and the council's potential legal recourse for seeking reinstatement of the 170,000 grant funding.
Okay, seconder for that amendment, Councillor Lohberger. So just to keep the debate tonight in order, what I'll propose is that we debate Councillor Dutter's amendment before we proceed with considering other amendments or the substantive motion. So any discussion on Councillor Dutter's motion? Councillor Coates.
Yeah, look, just a question, I guess. My understanding was that we are still in receipt of $170,000. It just couldn't go towards that project, or am I incorrect on that one? No.
I'll ask the CEO to speak to that.
No, the funding was withdrawn in its entirety for the Collins Street trial.
Further discussion on the amendment? Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, look, I just need a question in regards to this. Is the amendment seeking, we go down the track of seeking legal advice? I'd like to know if that's the intent of the amendment.
Yeah, Councillor Dutter.
Sure. The amendment is, for me, is very clear. All what I'm asking is that council officers prepare a report outlining the obligations of state government and the potential. So my amendment is simply asking the officers to prepare a report. In doing that, they can either have internal legal advice that we have or seek external. That is their prerogative.
That's answered my question. Thank you very much.
Further discussion on this amendment? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the legal officer. Had we not been previously advised that the legalities of this meant that there is no recourse for getting this 170,000? I thought this has been done and dusted from a legal point. Is this correct or not?
I have provided some internal advice that you're paraphrasing correctly.
I beg your pardon, you have had external advice?
I've given some internal advice that you are paraphrasing correctly to the effect I don't think there's a cause of action to recoup the funds.
Okay. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Lord, I just want to just make a couple of points. I think this is one of those amendments that's just, by the answers there, a total waste of time now. I would have supported it for simply a officer report, but I don't want to go down the track of us seeking external legal advice, knowing the way our external lawyers charge. It's just going to be very costly for no reason whatsoever. And I actually just got reminded then, I sort of remember now that we got the advice from our internal legal officer in regards to our opportunities there, and it's just been restated. There's no opportunity, so you know this is a pointless amendment.
Councillor Harvey.
I've got a question with regard to this. What was the department's comments about this? That there was reputational damage, or that there was potentially damaged by withdrawing this funding when it was all but complete? Was there?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
if
read through the
anyone's able to
RTI
answer
documents that were
It might have
procured.
to be something that's answered as if the amendment does go through, but
Yeah, well, I think it's
I'm not
worth
sure
understanding what the department stated with regard to
I'll see if
reputational
anyone
damage.
knows what the department said. Is anyone aware of what the department said on this?
No, I think we'd rather just take that on notice and deal with it in the report if the amendment gets through.
Councillor Kelly.
That's your question, Lord Mayor. I'm understanding that the deed hadn't been signed by us and therefore it wasn't a legal document. So we have absolutely no base whatsoever. to
Yeah,
stand on.
so thank you, but I didn't ask you to answer the question. Councillor, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I also went through the RTI documents, and I think that it provides various different insights into what was stated by the government. So I just briefly maybe go through it. The state government had initially provided 30,000, perhaps we could consider that consideration, for the council's Collins Street transformation trial design, the concepts through the Better Active Transport in Greater Hobart grant program, and issued a letter of intent confirming financial support of the 170,000, which could arguably be the offer for the installation trial, as well as publishing on the Department of State Growth website that the application for this project had been successful. There was an offer made by the state government through this grant program, and we accepted that offer and relied on the intent letter from the government, plus the 30,000 for design concepts. The right to information documents reveal that advisors to the minister had warned of potential financial and reputational risks to the government in association with removing funding for the bike lane project. It can be well established from these facts that the state government had an intention to create legal relations, had the legal ability to enter into this contract, and the purpose for the contract was legal. Under the grant deed for this funding, the only termination clause, as per the right of information revealed, is where the City of Hobart, the recipient, defaults on the grant deed. The minutes as well actually outlined, or the documents outlined, that the Deputy Secretary of the State Growth's Transport Division stated, to date there has been no default events. Furthermore, as noted in the RTI documents, the Acting General Manager of State Road actually pointed out 4 things and pieces of advice relating to how City of Hobart owns that road. State Growth has a specific Better Active Transport in Greater Hobart grant program. It went on to talk about the grants program and how we received the 30,000 in round 1, the round 2 grant of 170, and they outlined that we understand this approval is going to council in coming weeks, which at that time was the 16th of October meeting that we had approved that. It also goes on to talk about the project in the broader scheme of the state government, the Greater Hobart Cycling Plan as well, and the agreed network operations plan as well. So there's, I think that, and actually the right to information documents refers to pages within that document, page 14, page 12 and page 11. So I think that this is quite a okay amendment considering the information that is in the right to information document. So I think on the face of it, it appears that it's something that I would support. Thank you.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm obviously going to support this. I seconded it for a reason. I do feel that it was very unfair what the government did. It was very close to entrapment, giving the impression that they supported the bike lanes, handing over the funding for them and then withdrawing the funding at the request of a bunch of their own members and others. Now, I would like to point out that the Minister cited overwhelming negative public reaction as a reason for doing this. And we've gone to the bike meeting and found that, gee, it's not that overwhelming after all. The bike meeting was at best 60-40, potentially 2-1 in support of the bike lanes. So whatever else you think about it, there certainly is not overwhelming negative public reaction to this. There is a reaction in both directions from what I can see. And I think this is fair enough that we should ask the Minister for the money back on the basis that he has withdrawn the funding on a fallacy. It's not true, the reason he's given it. It would very clearly appear to be not entirely true, and I think it is absolutely fair enough for us to ask for this funding back. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Any further discussion on this amendment? Councillor Kelly, you've asked questions, haven't you?
Yes, I'm entitled to ask another question. Through you, Chair, to the legal officer, would you have an approximation of what this would cost? Or firstly, would this be going to an external legal advice, and approximately what would this whole exercise be costing?
Sorry, Councillor Kelly. So under the meeting regulations, I determine who takes the question, and I think I'm going to refer that to the CEO. I think it's more appropriate to do that rather than to officers, if that's all right.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Look, we have had a look at it, and Wes and I have conferred just now. I mean, it is likely that we can deal with this notice of motion internally. So that's the position we'll take tonight.
I would like to speak to that now, if I could, Lord Mayor. Thank you. Look, I think this is borderline insulting our legal officer on the matter. Him and the CEO have looked at this closely, as just been described. It's another case of us overanalysing a matter and bring it to a council meeting. We've already been going for, I think, about 15 minutes on this matter. That's something that's pretty much done and dusted. It's been looked at thoroughly, and once again, we're wasting this chamber's time, and it could have been dealt in a workshop or in another matter far more thoroughly. So I'm just disappointed we're wasting this precious time in such a major meeting.
Councillor Harvey.
I think what's disappointing for me was that 5 of our own councillors wrote to the Minister, and that led to the withdrawal of $170,000. And that sort of has a big impact on council. It's not, a pittance. Had that letter from our own councillors not been sent to the Minister, we wouldn't have lost this funding. So is that an acceptable act by councillors, that they undermined a decision of council, which was a majority decision? That's democracy. In my time on council, I've always accepted the decision of the council. I lost a lot of votes when I was first on council, and I always accepted it. I didn't go out of my way to revisit it all the time. That was what happened at the council meeting. What the decision that was made is what I agreed to. But on this occasion, there was a letter sent to a minister, and the minister, who had sympathies towards those 5 councillors, against his department's recommendation, unilaterally withdrew the funding. And I think that's a really poor precedent that it sets, because anytime we don't like something, you can go out and try and cancel it by interfering in the process. And I think it's a lesson learned for me that be cautious about how we go about doing business in council, because if people don't like the outcome, they don't just say, okay, I don't like the outcome, but I accept it. They will continue it. And that's what wastes council time, revisiting things. You make a decision and we stand by it. You didn't support it. That's unfortunate for you, but majority rules around the council. And this was a 7-5 vote and has been all the way through. So undermining it, I just don't think that's a normal part of being on a council.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey's made some very, very big claims there. Claims that I hope he has the evidence to prove, because it is categorically false that our letter to the Minister was to interfere in any process. It was to share the concerns that we heard loud and clear, doing our job under Local Government Act of representing the community. We did what we could to have the community be heard, because we are here, we live and breathe and see how the so-called consultation works in this place. And Councillor Harvey's statements, which I'm sure we will be following up through other channels, but the statement that our letter was the exclusive and sole cause for Minister's decision, what evidence do you have of that, Councillor Harvey?
Do you think... sorry, Lord Mayor, can I answer
me.
the question?
I'm going to allow one question, but I don't want a back and forth between the two of you, please.
I'd rather resolve it now than end up in a court case over this, you know.
Can I just rephrase my question, please, through you, Chair?
Just one question to Councillor Harvey, yes.
Councillor Harvey, you've made two statements, I've written them down there obviously on the video, that it was our letter exclusively and solely that led to the Minister withdrawing their funding, and other statements I'll go into in a different way. But what evidence does Councillor Harvey have that it was our letter from the five of us that was exclusive and only reason that Minister Abetz did that? Okay. What evidence?
Councillor Harvey, would you like to take that one on notice?
Well, no, I'll have a go now, but it was clear. You wrote a letter stating your concerns about the project.
What evidence?
And that led to a cancelling of the $170,000.
So you have no evidence?
Well, I think there's a connection there.
So you have no evidence?
If you hadn't have written...
Can you answer the question?
If you hadn't have written a letter, if the 5 councillors hadn't have written a letter, would we have had a different outcome?
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
Councillor Harvey has no evidence of the statements he's made. That's pretty poor form, very big statements you've made. You have no evidence to back it up. And when you ask for evidence, you go off on some tangent.
Councillor Elliott, could you speak through me, please?
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Harvey was really inappropriate in doing that. We represent the community. We have all different ways in which we represent the community, writing a letter to the relevant minister, expressing our concerns, expressing the concerns we've heard from the community is one such way we do that. And I'm sure I can probably speak on behalf of the 5 of us that none of us appreciate the big, bold and unsubstantiated claims made unfairly and unprofessionally by Councillor Harvey.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment. Alderman Bloomfield.
I do have a question, to be fair. Is this particular deed that was not signed, is that similar, or should I consider it to be treated equally to a normal commercial contractual agreement?
So yes, it is essentially so. In many respects, deeds from the Office of Crown Law are quite uniform in their terms and clauses, and it was not signed, so it was not executed, so it was no lawful agreement.
Except that from my experience in accounting, working with small business, medium business, it's not unusual to have a contract that's unsigned yet followed such that we all thought it was signed, was in fact often ratified by a court. This could be possible. Not trying to take sides, I'm just honestly asking a question from what I've seen in my experience. I have seen ratification of unsigned contracts. Could this be a possible?
So look, I won't bore you all with the detail, but there's a legal maximum known as the parole evidence rule, and what that means is when an agreement is reduced to writing, the agreement is as it appears in writing. So this agreement has been reduced to writing, but it was never signed. So there's a risk there for both parties, knowing there's a written agreement that hasn't been signed, that they can seek to act in reliance on it in good faith and all of the rest. But if it doesn't end up going the way you wanted because you haven't signed the agreement, you don't have a fallback. So in essentially speaking, you carry the risk, which is what's happened here.
Okey-doke. Any further discussion on this amendment? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you.
Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, when we have items coming up before the council, we duly receive advice, and that advice contains a lot of components to it, and there's a reason why, you know, we have to give notice of motions a week out to allow officers to provide that professional advice. We did have a motion back in October. That motion was provided to us, and that motion included advice, and it included Section 5, which was legal risk and legislative considerations. And we didn't receive advice that we have a legal recourse. And I trust the officers that they gave that advice professionally and properly. And so having now a motion coming forward in March saying, well, we should go back and ask officers to get more advice, in my mind is just, you know, you ask the same question, you're going to get the same response. It's an unnecessary use of resources. And so I struggle to find myself supporting the amendment as it's proposed. I don't think it's really, in terms of supporting or not this motion, a large factor. But I mean, I've heard that we should be writing to the Minister and seeking this funding back. Maybe our letters are that powerful. We can just write to him and it'll happen, or we could write to him and it won't happen. You know, I think there's a lot of advice comes in from different areas, and you know, ultimately for the state government to withdraw that funding or not provide that funding, it is reasonably safe to assume that they received advice that their actions were legal. And so, you know, for us to spend resource time internally or potentially externally, I feel is just not wise use of council's resources, and so I can't support the motion before us. But I take the point that there's nothing stopping us individually from writing to the government and seeking grant funding. But I think sometimes what we do individually representing the community, or what we do as a group of us, can be different to what council directs council's resources to do on behalf of the community. And is it a wise use of community's limited funding to be pursuing legal avenues where all the initial advice, the advice that was provided to us back in October when this happened and the motion came before us, we've had no indication that there's any legal likelihood of success, and so we shouldn't be using what we do privately ourselves and using our resources. You know, frankly, if you're really concerned, walk down the street and hire a lawyer. There's 20 practices within 100 metres within a kilometre of here, but we shouldn't be putting our ratepayers' funds towards this. Thanks.
Discussion. This is just on the amendment.
Yeah, sorry.
Deputy Lord Mayor, I think you've spoken on the amendment.
I just had a question.
Question, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, just a question with regards to Councillor Coates' comments of the initial advice that we received. Can you tell me when we initially received that advice? Was that before the right to information documents were released, or was it after?
CEO said it was before.
Okay, so we'd received advice before the right to information documents was released that we wouldn't be taking action. So I think it. Thank you.
Deputy Lord Mayor. All right, if there's no further... Councillor, you haven't spoken to your amendment.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. There are a number of points that has been raised, and I just want to respond to some of them. Firstly, I read with interest in the paper in Mercury on Friday, 7th of March. That really took my fancy, as it were, or my attention. And the statement was made, it's in quotation, so I hope this was correctly quoted. Mr. Abed said the grant deed was never signed or executed, and so there was no legal agreement, as we have already had. The Tasmanian government has listened to the overwhelming community sentiment, and therefore, on that basis, he made the decision, it is my understanding. Now, my reason for bringing this, if the minister felt that there was an overwhelming support, no evidence, in my view, it was a subjective assessment of perception or judgment that he made. And when I attended the meeting on the 25th of March, there was an overwhelming support on the contrary. And therefore, it made me think, if the minister's rationale for withdrawing 170,000 was based on the overwhelming sentiment, maybe my respect for Minister Abetz has always been, he's been a man or minister who makes decisions based on evidence, based on objectivity. And I felt this wasn't, and therefore I want to bring this to the forefront. Not only me, but a number of community members have spoken to me. Point number one. Point number two is this. We have heard that there was an initiative by 5 elected members. Now, I don't want to get into the debate, but it appears to me, this is my understanding, that there was correspondence and communication by a number of elected members that may have, could have, I don't know, initiated, commenced, or motivated. I have no evidence to support that. But on the basis of the circumstantial evidence, logically, it's a logical conclusion to arrive at that may have been the motivation. I'm putting that to you. So therefore, if I am seen in the public that I wrote to the minister, obviously I will say we're wasting our time. Let's not waste our time, because I have a vested interest. I have a conflict of interest, because I wrote a letter, and therefore, hey, I don't want to be talking about this because, come on, you're wasting Chamber's time. I think that is a weak argument. The other point which is very interesting for me is this, that it is my understanding, and I would like to follow the comments or the question that was asked by Alderman Bloomfield. If this was a written deed and not a verbal, if there is in law that though the contract hasn't been signed, if there was a verbal agreement, if that can be seen as a verbal, or the two are too clearly demarcated separately. However, on the basis of the RTI that has come through, there has been negative comments. Quite surely for me, there have been negative comments. And therefore, all what I'm saying, either we write to the minister, either we put this forward, or we have to beg and go down on our knees and say, please, can you give back the 170,000? So if it's going to cost us to pay a legal advice for $10,000 or $20,000, we'll be still better off $150,000 if the advice is, yes, we can pursue this. So from an economic point of view, we'll be in a better position. We'd rather spend $20,000 as a businessman than gain $150,000. That'll be fantastic. But I am of the view that there is no harm. Can I have 1 minute, please?
Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Harvey. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Okay, we've got one no. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, in conclusion, all what I am appealing to is the fact that if the decision of the minister was based on the rationale that there was overwhelming sentiment, I present the same argument that there has been in that community meeting, I'm not saying in an elector poll, but in that community meeting, the public meeting, there was an overwhelming support. Now, the elector poll might suggest differently. I don't have that evidence, but at that meeting where I have the evidence, to me, it appears that we have overwhelming majority, and therefore, hence this particular amendment to take into consideration.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. On relevance, the amendment doesn't speak about public support or not. It's asking for legal obligations. Yeah. The elected member is not making arguments relevant to the motion in front of us.
Councillor Coates, Councillor Dudder has now finished his intervention, but I think it was fair because it was about the general motion. So, Councillor.
Let's have a question. I've already spoken, Lord Mayor. Let's have questions.
Question from Alderman Zuko.
For you to. Actually, Lord Mayor, I'd just like to ask whether or not you have, or any other elected member has, written to either any minister or any Director of Local Government in recent times in regards to matters to do with this council?
Probably, but I'll take that on notice.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Posselt.
To take the opportunity to answer Alderman Zuko's question from my own personal perspective, yes, absolutely. I'm right to...
Sorry, it's...
Councillor Posselt,
No,
thank you.
that's correct. No.
Still respond in my intervention to this item. Yes, I have written to ministers. I write to ministers all the time. Erica Betts being my crucial to my transport role on the council's transport committee and my function as transport spokesperson. However, one thing I have never done is write to a minister and request that they withdraw funding to this council, because I know that every single dollar that we get on this council is valuable. It's one less dollar that a ratepayer needs to pay towards a project, and when we lobby the state to pull funding on things that we don't like, but you know that you don't have the numbers on the council, the result is you are taking the $170,000 out of your own ratepayers' pockets. That's the actual end game here. And that's why I will always write to Erica Betts on positive matters, asking that we work collaboratively together. I will never write to a minister and ask that they withdraw funding from this council.
All right. I will put the amendment...
I'd like to respond to Councillor Zuko's question. No,
I didn't ask you the question. Didn't ask you the question. I asked the Lord Mayor the question.
I'll put the amendment. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands.
All those in favour: Councillor Dutta, Councillor Posselt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy, and I believe the Lord Mayor's hands up. Yes.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Bloomfield and Kelly.
Okay, so that motion, that amendment is carried. We will now move back to Councillor Kitsos. Have you put your amendment in writing?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I've supplied it to the officers to go up on the screen now. So the amendment that I'm moving tonight is to consider point 2 inclusive of what was described as concept 4 in our agenda for tonight, which is the northbound cycleway only and the southbound to have sharrows with the retention of existing curbside use, and not a clearway on the southbound side to be adopted this evening, rather than was what previously was stated in the agenda. Now, so some background to this amendment, which I think is really important to understand, was that on the 11th of November 2024, the intent of the resolution of council was to go back and work with the community to see if we could find a compromise, a solution for the very complex road use that happens between Victoria Street and Murray Street.
Can I just make sure you've got a seconder for your amendment? Is there a seconder? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So that was the intent of the resolution on the 11th of November, and since then we have had this brought to workshop where we've discussed the options available to us, as well as hearing about what kind of community engagement process was undertaken along the way. I think in light of the really strong support for a AAA all ages and abilities cycle lane in Hobart that was shown at the public meeting on the 25th of March, that my mind is absolutely made up that this is what people want, this is what we need, this is a missing link in our cycleway. And the previous point 2 in the agenda tonight was in fact a compromise too far in my mind, as I believe the shared use of that final block with sharrows will actually make it very difficult for the people who don't currently ride down Collins Street to feel safe to use that new cycling infrastructure. And I think it potentially puts the whole trial in jeopardy, as the numbers won't reflect what it could be with a full AAA cycleway into the city, because in fact putting sharrows on the road, there's far too many movements in that block to make that safe for people who are not comfortable in that space. So I think it risks us building a cycleway that is perceived to be inefficient, perceived to go nowhere, whereas this option here allows us to keep the northbound cycleway. So that is a cycleway that goes from Mole Street into the city for cyclists to have a clear run to go and do what they need to do in our CBD. And then the compromise that I think is a really good one to make with people who had concerns about the original design is to leave the other side of the street cycle lane free in that first block. So in fact retaining exactly what is there now and putting sharrows on that side of the road. We know that there's less cycle movement on that side of the road, there's less complexity to the northbound side, and you will be able to easily move between that area of shared use and 30 kilometres into the cycle shed, the separated safe cycleway for the remaining of Collins Street. So I'm really comfortable with this as a cyclist, but as I said, the proposed number 2 point that was in our agenda tonight, which is sharing that final block of the design with sharrows in a 30 kilometre speed zone, will limit what could be a really successful trial, because that block will simply be too dangerous and too scary for cyclists that are not comfortable on the road. So I think this is a really good compromise that retains all of the parking on the southbound side while allowing the cyclists a clear run into the CBD. So I hope you consider that as a sensible solution tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Kelly.
Questions just regarding this amendment. I'd like to know if Councillor Kistos has spoken to any council officers responsible for the proposal, any traffic engineer, or did she bring this up at the workshop where this was all thoroughly laid out and fleshed out for us to discuss at the appropriate time? So those 3 questions. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Those were directed to you. Do you want to take those?
Look, I'm happy to speak to those. I haven't discussed this particular component in my role as an elected member directly with officers. I've used the opportunities provided to us to discuss this with officers, that being the workshop where these options were laid out, and I clearly stated that I was unhappy with the compromise that was proposed, because it is in fact largely implementing what is already there. And I think that covered the majority of the questions. Councillor Kelly?
Councillor Kitsos. Councillor Elliott.
Could we just please have some... we don't have a diagram of this one. Can we have some officer talk us through what that means in
the report under
option 4 in the papers?
Option 4?
Just what's suggested in, I think it's 3.26 of the report.
Is there one diagram that captures all that? Option 4.
That's my understanding, but Mr. Noy.
I thought it was option 4 with changes, but I want to understand.
Yeah, through you, Lord Mayor. So it is option 4 as outlined in the report. Option 4 talks to a southbound clearway. So what we're staying in there, so the northbound cycleway as described, and everything is described in that diagram, except for the clearway. And I think what we're describing in there is that the existing curbside use for parking and loading zone be retained on that side.
So it's option 4 with changes?
Option 4 excluding the clearway.
So option 4 with changes. Okay, thanks.
Further discussion on the amendment. Any further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I just once again see this as not appropriate for this chamber. This has been debated, it's been fleshed out, we've had workshops, and I thought it had come to a consensus that where this is going. I'm still confused now with this, now not being prepared for this amendment, knew nothing about it to this, and here we are, policy on the run again, and it's an insult, I think, once again to the officers who've made the recommendation here, especially after the exhaustive process we've been through this, and I'm totally confused, and to do this at this last 11th hour, it just shows poor judgment on behalf of councillors to want to do this on the fly.
I have another question. And like Councillor Kelly, I haven't looked as much as this because I accept the officer's recommendation. Option 4 has the bus stop in the middle of the road. Is that correct?
Mr. Vidal.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, a bus border. So it's a tried and true Australian standard process, but yes, that's correct.
I just have one further question through you, Chair, for Councillor Kitsos. I just wanted to ask about her traffic management qualifications.
want to answer that question? You don't have to. You can take
No, that's
on
fine.
those.
I have no traffic management qualifications, but this is advice in the report provided to us at 3.26 as the next preferred recommendation from officers.
Further discussion, Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Back in November, I think it was, Councillor Harvey asked that we just head back and have another think about the design, because the original proposal showed separated cycleways on both sides of the road, and that meant an inability to provide anything else because we're limited in space. And we agreed, I think unanimously as a council, that we were going to follow that guidance from an esteemed colleague who's been on council for some time, so has the experience to make these kinds of decisions. Now, the officers did that. They went back, they spoke to all the businesses, and they came up with 4 options for discussion. These options were presented to the community, to business, to stakeholders, and to the council via workshop, importantly, prior to a public meeting on a very, very fine-grained matter of council. Like, you know, this is as fine a grain as should we mow the lawn on a Wednesday or a Thursday. That meeting determined that protected bike lanes were a high priority for the community. The community determined that, not the council, the community determined that. We need to, as a council, consider that as the best engagement tool that we could have had on this matter. A public meeting that we didn't call, that was called by people who didn't want this, and resolved very strongly that we should provide protected lanes. But what we have in option 4 that Councillor Kitsos has proposed to us is indeed a compromise, because it means that we will retain existing functions on the eastern side, I should say, of Collins Street. A whole block from Murray Street all the way to Harrington Street is pretty much unchanged. And on the opposite side of the street, the cyclists have given up even more, because they've given half of that distance to on-street dining. So we've got a quarter of this space as on-street dining, a quarter of cycling if we go with Councillor Kitsos' suggestion, and 50% for drivers and loading zones. Now, I think that's the definition of compromise, and I think that the council would be remiss not to consider what happened on Tuesday night. We should listen to the public. Item 3.26 says, to allay everybody's concerns, this hasn't been sprung on you. We've had this agenda for some time. It's written in black and white. Should council wish to consider another option, it is the view of officers that the presented option to stakeholders named northbound cycleway only with southbound Charrows and the retention of existing curbside use, not a clearway, on the southbound side is the next best option. It's literally written in the report that if we want to give cyclists a bit more, this is what we should do. So Councillor Kitsos is not a traffic engineer. It hasn't been sprung on anybody. It has been recommended by our own officers, who are the experts, as the next best option should we want to throw the cyclists a bone and give them some infrastructure in this block, because the current proposal had none. So I would be very strongly supporting Councillor Kitsos' suggestion. I thank Councillor Harvey for getting us to this point, which is a compromise from where we were originally, and I think that this meets the needs. 50% parking and car use, 25% on-street dining, 25% bike lane. I think that's fair.
Further discussion? Alderman Bloomfield.
So this particular trade-off is, according to this, we've only really got page 8. Page 8 apparently is not it, but I'm going to guess here that we are going to lose 21 car parks. Is that correct?
Mr Vidal, have you got the details there?
Through you, Lord Mayor. No, it's likely to be the 4 closest to Fuller's. Then there's a DDA accessible bay, and then 2 other parking bays. So it's 7, and then we'd look to reallocate some of that to the other side of the road.
Okay. Because it's all very well for people to say this wasn't thrown upon us, but we don't have a chart. I have something that's clearly very inaccurate to what's just been spoken to. We've had no opportunity to discuss, look at it, concern, any idea about it at all. So other than the fact that there was a blithe comment made in a very large report suggesting this, we have absolutely nothing to make a good decision on. And that disappoints me because, frankly, we've worked pretty darn hard to get here. We have talked to multiple business owners, of which most were so concerned about speaking, they felt it was economic suicide to be talking at that meeting. They were so concerned with the bullying and harassment that was going on that we now have a position where we're now voting on an invisible diagram. And I am really unhappy to feel that this is how we conduct business here.
I just have a question for the moment. Through you to the appropriate officer that can answer it. I think it's a CEO. Did this item go to a workshop most recently?
Yeah.
So all of the options were discussed in the workshop.
Did any elected member move any amendments to go down this path of the workshop? Or suggest those?
I was about to say, clearly no decisions are made in workshops,
yes.
But there wasn't other than discussion of the different options, no.
Look, this is the biggest problem that we have when we're going down this pathway at the moment. And I'm going to go back to the past, I'm just an oldie, got no idea about anything. But if this had gone through the processes through committee, this would have been discussed heavily at committee, and it would have been able to have amendments at the committee, and it could have come through the committee system to here. To me, what we're doing at the moment is, and I think Councillor Bloomfield, Alderman Bloomfield, has made the point. I'm trying to work it all out myself because I'm not a traffic engineer. And when we go to workshops, we're provided a range of options, and I can remember the Lord Mayor even stating in the past it'd be good if amendments were shared with elected members before they come to council, make our life a lot easier. So, Lord Mayor, those statements you've made in the past are hitting us here tonight because I'm sitting here trying to work out what this is all about, and because I'm just a lay pizza maker, not an engineer, I've got no idea about what this is all about. So sadly, I cannot vote for this amendment, and again, sadly, if this had gone through the process of committees, we would have been able to thrash it out of committee, not on the run like we're doing now. And to my point of view, right, I'd rather this to go back so we can actually discuss and be advised exactly what this means. Now, I can move an amendment to defer this back to committee. I know it's going to lose, but I'm going to do so. Because if we're going to be making the proper decisions, it should not be in an ad hoc way. And going on what the Lord Mayor has stated in the past, that something like this, in such an important aspect that's divided the community of Hobart, we should be discussing it and making it sure that when we make a decision, it is very, very clear. Had Councillor Kitsos advised us about this and gave us a summary, maybe I wouldn't be sitting here with my pastor head on and making a decision. I'd be sitting here with my intelligent hat on and making a decision. So I don't have to be an engineer. I just need some common courtesy. As the Lord Mayor has advocated time and time again, this should have been provided to us before the meeting with reasons why. So I move that this matter is deferred back to a workshop so we can honestly sit there and discuss it so we got a clear head rather than a pizza head. Thank you.
Okay, that's a procedural motion, so I will, I need to put that. And we don't need a seconder for a procedural? No. So I'll put the procedural motion to defer this item. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Show of hands. All those in favour?
I am showing Alderman Zuko, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly,
And against?
Against, I'm showing Councillor Passelt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
Okay, so that is tied, but that means it's lost. So we'll go back to debate on this amendment from Councillor Kitsos. Any further debate? Councillor Elliott.
I'm sorry, I feel like I must be really stupid or something, but on option number 4, I can't see any reference on the legend to the clearway. What clearway is? What's changed? What can I just ask through
Mr. Vidal, do you want to...
the relevant officer or Councillor Kitsos, whoever understands what the change is to option 4? What? Because I can't see in option 4 any option to reference to clearway or...
The report 3.26.
Where's the clearway on the map of the diagram
Now,
option 4?
Did you want to speak to it? I don't think it's particularly well marked. It's just a note on the option.
Yeah,
Lord Mayor, we can have a proper debate and I can understand. I'm totally confused.
Yeah, same.
Well,
is it that?
It'd be good to see on the big screen.
Okay, sorry. No, I'm just going to ask Mr. Vidal to answer Councillor Elliott's question, please.
Yeah, through you, Lord Mayor. So it's page 5 of the attachments, if you want it in front of you. That's the one that's the reference. So it's 4- northbound bicycle lane with clearways, so the last page. That's the page. The reference to the clearway is on the right-hand side. So we've got peak-only bike lanes written as with the direction pointing up. In there, it's referencing southbound movements. It's referencing in the text at the top. So if you look at the top in the blue box, this option provides for two-way traffic with a northbound curbside bike lane. The existing on-street parking is retained in the southbound direction with a peak period bike lane, no stopping during these times. So it's suggesting that under this option, again, which is amended slightly in here, the right-hand side of the picture, southbound, would retain the existing flow outside of peak, and in peak it's talking about that being a no stopping zone or clearway zone.
Further discussion on the amendment. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Coates.
Thank you. Look, on the amendment seeks to change, well, seeks to go to option 4 and then also seeks to change option 4. Now, the amendment, I'll speak firstly to the option 4. These aren't my concerns. These are outlined in the engagement report. They went to disability groups. The disability group representative, that's described in the report as a person who uses a wheelchair, outlined concerns with option 4. The bus grouping, which I believe was Department of State Growth buses, Metro and, I had it up, Kinetic, who are the people that run, Red Decker, sorry, and Kinetic, who are the people that run Skybus. They did have concerns with option 4. The cycle users group raised some concerns of option 4, and the business group raised, the way they put it was, major impacts due to retaining parking on one side and loss of loading zones. The businesses and property owners discussed the impracticality of the hybrid design. Now, there's no perfect solution, right? Option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4, everyone raises concerns with those options, but this was never put to these people. This is something different. So we were asking to go A with number 4, where I know there's already some concerns raised. Admittedly, there's also some benefits raised. But also with this, we're being asked to go even further. And I have no idea what these groups think about that. They haven't been asked. They haven't been consulted. It was identified in section 3.26 that option 4 was the next best option. But this is, as I said before, this is going beyond option 4. And option 4 was, again, one that did have some concerns raised. So, look, you know, every time we try and do something, the first thing we try and do is consult with the community, and you'll get some people saying, you know, I love yellow, some people saying I love blue, and sometimes you'll take that on account and go yellow, sometimes you'll go blue, sometimes you'll go, we'll provide you purple. You know, there's no, often you can't make everyone happy, and you've got to sort of come to a compromise. But in this situation, at the very last hour, we're being asked to move away from what was 4 sort of clearly articulated options to these groups so that they could provide us with their valued feedback and input. And it just sort of undermines, in my view, it runs a risk of undermining future consultation and future engagement, because we don't want to get into a scenario where we've got members of a community full of angst, full of fear. What is going to happen? What's the decision-making process of council? And if when we finally get to a considered report, going through all the steps in consultation, going through the options, providing us with recommended advice, and then the minute we get a vote on that, we instead receive an amendment amending option 4 and saying we should go to option 4, I genuinely do have concerns. I can't find myself supporting it, and I would be very happy to support a deferral so we could go back to these groups and say, well, actually, in the discussion, in the debate in the last month, we've had a public meeting, we've had further input, someone has come up with this idea. What do you think about it? I think that would be a fair thing to do. I'd love to hear the views of a disability advocate. I'd love to hear the views of the bus operators on what's proposed here. But I don't have those views in front of me. I don't have that consultation. I wasn't provided any opportunity to sort of go out myself and try and seek it. I know some of the members on that list. I could have easily called them up and had a discussion. Oh, look, it's been raised. We've got this item coming up on the agenda. What do you think about this option with this amendment? But unfortunately, that hasn't been the case in this instance. And I just think if we're going to go and consult with these groups and try and come up with options, we shouldn't then be trying to amend and change those options at the last minute and finally come to an output that wasn't even what we asked them to provide input for in the first place. So I can't see myself supporting it.
Further discussion, Councillor Harvey.
The 4 options that we have tonight in the supporting documents, all 4 of those options were given to us at the workshop. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, option 4 tonight, can someone explain to me the difference between that and the option 4 that we have in front of us that was presented to us at the workshop? What's the difference between that and this?
Davos already answered it, but it's about the clearway. But did you want to?
Yeah, that's it. The only difference, through your Lord Mayor, the only difference is in option 4 proposes a no standing or clearway zone. Under this amendment, it proposes not to do that without that and instead retain the existing curbside use 24 hours a day on that south side.
Okay, so in effect, this goes a bit further by not having a clearway so that cars can park there 24/7. It's not a clearway during peak times. Okay, so I understand that outcome and I'm happy with that. And when it comes to engagement, we've engaged on this project more than any project I can think of in this council. We've got the 4 options that came to us at a workshop and everyone had an opportunity to look at those 4 options. The change to the option 4 that was presented to us at the workshop is to retain the parking 24/7 and not have clearways. That's a better outcome. So in the morning, there'll be cars parked there. In the evening, there'll be cars parked there during peak hours. So that's okay, that option there. It's improved on option 4 slightly. But option 4, 3, 2 and 1 were all presented at the workshop. We didn't agree to the option that was also discussed at the workshop, which was just to have sharrows on the road. There was no agreement to that. What we had is some of the councillors appreciated that option and some of the opponents appreciated that option as well. But there was no decision made on which option of the 1, 2, 3, 4 plus that extra one that we were going to go with. So tonight the decision gets made on which of those options we should go for. If you don't like option 4, of course you're not going to vote for it, but would you like 3, 2 and 1? Don't know, but I'm happy to support what's here tonight because this has gone on long enough, and to say there's not enough engagement, we haven't done another round of engagement with the next option. There was engagement on all 4 of these options through you, Lord Mayor, is that correct? It's correct. So the engagement has occurred. We just didn't decide which option we were going with, but all of those options were part of the engagement process.
Okay, further discussion, Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a question through you. If this particular option is decided on today, will there be a trial and will there be assessments made after 3 months, 6 months, so forth, with this particular option?
Mr. Dow.
Yeah, through you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, consistent with the motion carried by Council in September, yeah, this will form part of the Mole to Murray Street monitoring and evaluation framework, correct.
Councillor Kelly.
A question in relation to that, Lord Mayor. So if analysis is done that something's not quite right, will changes be made during this 2-year period, or it's got to wait to the end of the 2 years before any substantial changes are made? Or any change?
Noi.
I mean, like other trials that we've undertaken, if there's a safety issue, we will move to make amendments. Otherwise, we'll let the trial run until otherwise advised or decided by council.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, I am of the view that we have dealt with this quite thoroughly. And at the workshop, it is my understanding that these 4 options were provided to us. And we've had the time to look at it, to analyse it, and that's our role. Now, I was of the view and understanding that the staff, when they recommended a particular one that they favoured, but also said there are other ones, for example, number 4, or other ones that you can decide on. It's not their role to make the decision. Now, my understanding again, if this is going to better option 4, like I've heard, then I'm quite happy with it. Because the council staff with the expert knowledge have made the recommendation to us. We don't have the expertise, but they do. And option 4 is their recommendation and not ours. And if the amendment simply makes option 4 better, and also that we can review this every 3 months, 6 months, and if the amendments are required, I'm quite happy to support that. And therefore, in the beginning, I supported the deferral motion because I wasn't very clear. But in the course of the discussion, I've heard the points made and the clarity given. There's only one difference, and it will benefit others more than what option was presented to us. So I want to say that on that basis, on the basis of the facts presented to us, I am inclined to support unless I hear arguments otherwise. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Yeah, thank you. Lord Mayor, thank you. Sorry, I just have some questions, first of all. So just confirmation that these particular options were taken to both the workshop and the Transport Committee, is that correct?
Mr Noy, yes.
That's correct.
Great, thank you very much. I want to thank Councillor Kitsos for bringing this particular amendment, and I too, like many others, my elected members around the table, was a little bit confused initially about what exactly was the specific change to option 4. And now you've made it very clear what it actually is. And so that I'm clear in my mind, we are actually allowing cars to park more. Is that's what the change is? Is that correct?
Yeah, through you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, based on the option 4, the change as written there allows cars to park there or load there for 24 hours, 7 days a week.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. Thank you very much for clarifying that. And I think that's a win. I would consider that a win. And perhaps it also takes account of businesses, people who want to park there, accessing various different things in our beautiful city. I think what we probably have to remember is this is a trial, and we're constantly trying to remind people that this is a trial, and as part of that and the engagement report as well, talking about option 4 and going down the track of possibly choosing option 4, that further education and awareness around the specifics of how the practicalities of option 4 would work. I think that's also really wonderful as well as part of that. I'm really quite delighted that we're having this discussion. I'm delighted that it actually went to elected members at workshop. It went to the Transport Committee. I'm also relieved that council officers in their qualified and expert advice gave us option 2, but they also gave us option 4 as well, which amended actually works better in terms of cars being able to park, and that's a win for businesses in my perspective. So I was initially a little bit hesitant with regards to this amendment, and I want to thank Councillor Harvey for actually clarifying that, and also to our staff as well for clarifying what this actually means in practical terms. So thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Any further discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Probably my biggest concern with this one, option 4, is the bus stop in the middle of the road. Especially knowing how that area of Collins Street works very well with the people loading luggage on the buses and then stepping off a bus straight into the thousands of bikes that come streaming down Collins Street and getting wiped out. I really just don't think that a bus in the middle of the road is a great thing, but it is a great thing if you're intentionally trying to drive cars out of the city by frustrating the hell out of them. It's really effective for that. And Councillor Purcell talked about this in terms of from the perspective of giving the cyclists a bone. I think the cyclists have had plenty of bones with the 3 blocks of separated bike lanes and the decimation of parking. I think the problem with bones is that there's no human bones on the bike lanes for 20 hours a day. That is something that we have to address, and I hope the trial will look at. I thought we were going to have a compromise with the option recommended by the officers and to maybe have some sense, because there would have been no concerns from the community if it comes to making much stronger the message around sharing the road and 30 kilometres. But no, instead, people are obviously clearly emboldened by the public meeting and the huge sense of entitlement that was in the room that night. So they're going gusto on the design, and part of me knows that's a good thing, because the more outrageous it is, and a bus stop in the middle of the road, it's going to have a big impact. The more outrageous this so-called trial is, the more community pushback there will be, because yes, of course, the public meeting was very well represented with greenie types, but because the everyday community's out living their life and earning a living. But when the community do see changes like we're going to see, there's going to be a big impact. So in some ways, thank you for making the concept even worse.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, Councillor Kelly, I think you've already spoken.
Oh, was it to the other one? No, okay. You got it right there.
Can I just ask a question? Sorry, Lord Mayor. Yeah, could you just clarify for me, with regards to the bus that stops on Collins Street, how long has that practice been going on for?
Mr Vidal, is it the airport bus?
The airport bus.
The airport bus specifically, I'd have to take that on notice, but as an approximation, 4 to 5 years would be my... Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just have a question or clarification through you. The statement was made by Councillor Kelly, Councillor Elliott, that there are thousands of bikes. Can that be verified? That we have thousands of bikes going through?
Over a year.
On that street?
Sorry, Mr Vidal.
Through you, Lord Mayor, no, that's slightly overstated. We're in the realms of 400 to 450 per day based on our current counts.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion...
I just have a final question, please. I just wanted to clarify that the bus stop, it is changing, because at the moment the bus stop going down Collins Street, they have a pullover spot. They do stop, they pull over, but under option 4, the new one, it will stop in the middle of the road. Yes, so that's a big change. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Favour, I'm showing Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, your hand is up. Alderman Bloomfield and Councillor Kelly.
So that's, that amendment's carried. So we've now dealt with 2 amendments to the motion, and we're going to vote on the motion as amended. Are there any final contributions on the motion as amended? Councillor Coates.
Yes. Look, we'll never know how I would have voted on the original motion. It's been amended. Look, I don't think it's worth us dedicating council resources, as I mentioned, on the First Amendment, and so that makes it difficult to support the entirety of the motion. On the one that we've just discussed, which goes to a 4.1, because it sort of changes it slightly. But look, I think there's a reason it wasn't recommended to us. Option 4, I'll just read out verbatim. Concerns. Major impacts due to retaining parking on only one side and loss of loading zones. The businesses and property owners discuss the impracticality of the hybrid design, which is option 4. Feeling that parking is retained on the side with less retail, the group discussed that it's designed to be implanted effectively. They would need major education, compliance and enforcement for community awareness. The bus operators raised concerns. Cyclists may not follow the rules and still ride in the street. The design was only beneficial for cyclists during peak periods, and they needed clarity on the impacts of peak period cycle lanes. The cyclist groups raised concerns. It sets a precedent. Admittedly, the peak cycle ones was a good long-term option. That's gone. I admit that now because it's been amended. The cycle lane direction is not preferred. That's a classic. Cyclists prefer the lanes going uphill. And also...
Point of order, Councillor Coates is discussing the amendment, which is about the option 4, not the substantive motion. We've already had the debate on the amendment.
That is now in the substantive motion.
He's discussing the motion now.
As amended.
It's been amended, yeah.
Thank you. So, look, I'm speaking to the motion as amended, which includes, as was pointed out, option 4. And look, I'm just highlighting before we vote that there were legitimate concerns raised on that option. So it wasn't the proposed one that was recommended to us. It admittedly, in the 3.26, it was raised as the next best, but again, and we've also gone beyond that. It's not just 4 as it was written in the report, it's 4 plus an amendment, which none of these groups have had a chance to see, discuss or provide feedback on. And so, look, in good conscience, how can I support something that all these groups who've gone out of their way to provide us with their genuine feedback and haven't even had a chance to discuss and talk about. So I am concerned that it's not the best option. I'm also concerned that there was a last-minute change to it, and I'm also concerned with the First Amendment that we're spending unnecessary council resources, whether internal or external, and so I find myself unable to support the motion as amended.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Noting Councillor Coates' concerns about the expenditure of the Good Burgers bucks in our community, I move that this motion be put and we move on.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. So, based on advice, I'll put that now. All those in favour of the motion as amended, say aye. Aye. Against, say no. Aye. Show of hands, all those in favour.
Favour, Councillor Dutta. Councillor Elliott, your hand's up there, isn't it? Yes. Councillor Coates, you're down. Councillor Posselt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kelly.
Okay, so that motion has carried. And we will now move on to our next item, which is item 11. So this is about the Junk Mofo sponsorship for 2025. Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. There is a recommendation here. Would anyone like to speak to that?
Can I just ask a question, please? It's not about this item, it's about deferral motions, procedural motions. We just had a seconder required then for procedural motion, but we didn't before. So I'm wondering when Alderman Zuko moved it.
Apparently didn't need a seconder.
Can we get it clear which one it is? No seconders required for
seconder
deferral?
for a procedural motion.
Okay, thank you.
We'll get some advice circulated in writing about procedural
the rules
motions.
keep changing.
Yeah. Okay, so if there's no further discussion on item 11, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 12, the Safer Hobart Alliance. Would someone like to move that? Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Kitsos.
I just move Alderman Bloomfield to be the chair of that.
Sorry, Councillor, but I don't think you were up first. It was... Okay.
Same thing.
So that's that. So as part of this motion, there is item 3 is that we include a chairperson. So Councillor Dudder has moved that person be Alderman Bloomfield. Alderman Bloomfield, are you happy to accept that nomination? Are there any other nominations for this committee? There being none, I will declare that Alderman Bloomfield has been appointed to that role once we've voted on this matter. So, as amended, would anyone like to speak to this motion? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 13.
So moved.
Item 13, sorry, you're all moving too fast. Item 13 is the Salamanca Place Amplified Trial, moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Discussion? Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I just want to, first of all, start off by saying thank you to Alderman Zuko. I think Alderman Zuko was the individual who actually suggested that we have this trial initially for the year, and it looks as though from the report it's gone really well. And so, firstly, I want to say thank you to Alderman Zuko for putting this motion up, and secondly to the staff for the report. It seems very thorough in terms of the timing as well as issues to do with the occupation licence, how to amend it, yeah, it seems like it's actually worked really well from the management plan and the engagement as well as the venues. So, thank you very much for that.
Further discussion on the motion? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 14 is the development of fees for art and murals facing public space. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harvey. Any discussion on this matter? Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a question through you to the relevant director. I feel slightly saddened and somewhat concerned that we've only had one applicant take advantage of this this offer that we have, because I would really like to see more public art on private property in our city. I was wondering if someone might explain to me the comms and engagement strategy that we've had for this issue over the time that it has been in place.
Ms Abbey.
For you, Lord Mayor, there have been some materials provided on our website. It is a little bit convoluted in terms of whether it's a sign and if so, whether it needs planning approval. So it is difficult to go out to the community to provide more concrete advice. But our duty plan is always available to give people advice if they have any questions.
Thank you. Just to follow up, if I might, to the director. I'm just wondering whether the involvement of the planning scheme complicates any kind of engagement that we might have with the community to promote art.
Through you, Lord Mayor, the signs code, I will confess, is one of the more complicated areas of the planning scheme, but given that we have a duty planner there who's able to give really practical advice during business hours, I don't think it's hindering anybody taking this step.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I think I'd like to move a small amendment to this, if I may, which I've circulated and is up on the screen now. So there's no change to point 1. It's the addition of point 2, that council pursue a communication and engagement strategy to promote public art and murals on public property outside of the standard social media approach. So my thinking for this is that I'm sure that we have other avenues where we can promote public art and murals through things like grants programs. Obviously, social media is a part of that, but advertising on the website and various other methods that we have at our disposal. I don't want to dictate what they should be or what they are, but I would like to see something more concrete moving forward to make sure that we get an increase in the number of these applications. I'd be very welcome to hear the feedback from the officers about that amendment and see if that is something that we're able to accommodate tonight.
Councillor Kitsos, can I just suggest that I think maybe you've written public property, but this is all about private murals on private property?
You're quite right, Lord Mayor. It's private property that's public facing, yes.
Yep. Okay, so with that change, we'd need a seconder for your amendment. Is there a seconder? Any seconder for this amendment? Councillor Harvey. Discussion on the amendment, but noting that that word public property is private property. Is that right? Councillor Alderman Bloomfield.
I'm not against it, but we don't have any pricing or costing on this. I mean, the reason why I believe council would use social media is it's free. So we don't have a budget, we don't have any feedback from the staff that would be responsible for this. I would need to know more about that before we could possibly vote, surely.
Further discussion? Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, it makes sense to me in one sense. I mean, we make a change to encourage people to do this and we get one application a year. It would make sense that that change didn't have the outcomes we'd wanted. I think potentially I'll pose the question to the mover, noting that we co-chair the Place and Wellbeing Committee, but this is a classic problem that might be worth discussion. Members of the community can be involved. Why is it we only receive one, and sort of thrash it out. I'm not necessarily against council promoting this option. There's no development fee if you want to do a public-facing mural or piece of art. But I guess trying to understand why there was only one in the first place. I guess. In my view, we run the risk of jumping to a solution before understanding the problem. Clearly, the problem wasn't the development application fee because we waived that, and we only got one, who may have paid the fee in any event. I'm a little bit hesitant as it reads now, but I think there is merit in understanding and pursuing this matter further and seeking feedback and engagement on it. It may be that there was just lack of community awareness, and by doing an advertising and promotion campaign, we can address the issue. That may well be accurate and correct, or it could be other matters. I don't know, or there could be other means by which we can get more public art. Often developers will try and make a developer contribution and might actually be willing to host murals and art on their buildings as part of a DA process. So, look, I think at a very high level, we want our city to be beautiful, and art forms part of that. What means and ways we can do to encourage that to happen, I guess, is a question. And a year ago, we tried reducing the fee. Wasn't as successful as I think we would have liked or hoped. Was the problem the community engagement and the awareness? Maybe not. But I think potentially it's something that rather than doing an amendment here, we could take away and sort of have a further discussion and bring something back to council. I'm not necessarily going to vote against this just because of that, but I guess I'd pose that to the mover of the amendment as a consideration. Thanks.
Sorry, I was just going to suggest that the CEO could take this to the committee, could undertake to take this to the committee. Or you could make an amendment to refer to the committee. I don't know, but anyway,
I'm happy to accept that change into the amendment, that we work on this in committee if the CEO is happy to move
Yeah, look, we're at the will of the council. We can certainly do that. I mean, in terms of our normal process, we wouldn't ordinarily workshop a communication engagement strategy at that level with the council. It's something that our officers are fully capable and would be happy to do. But having said that, given the situation, we're more than happy to workshop it.
Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Clarify, Lord Mayor, there's only been one application since March 24 for public art, or is it for an application that they don't pay the DA fee on it? In other words, has there been more than one application for public art on a private spot? I'm just going to be
on private property.
Private property, yes.
Through you, Chair, there was only one application which fit the parameters of the fee waiver, which was private property but public-facing art. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Perhaps at the same time, if we're looking at this, it is sad that there's only one application, isn't there? You know, here we are, a city that promotes itself on culture and art and all those things, and we get one application in this period of time, which is pretty sad, I guess. So perhaps at the same time we can look at ways of making that far better and attractive for people to turn us into a city of art. Thank you.
Through you, Lord Mayor, this doesn't mean that there hasn't been other murals and artworks done around the city that didn't require planning approvals, because I'm pretty sure I've seen a bunch of things turn up and arrive over time. Would that be correct?
Through you, Chair, it is possible that some scenarios would not have needed planning approval. I mean, I didn't do a physical audit of any art changes throughout the city when I was compiling this report. It was literally the applications that we've received where we waived the planning fee.
Yeah, look, I'm not fussed by part two. I'm happy to just go with part one. It's pretty simple, and I don't think we need to take it to a workshop and discuss how we promote this thing, you know, how we promote the fee waiver. So I'd be happy if number 2 was deleted and just move on, because I don't want to see this again in a workshop. That's my personal preference. Let's make a decision now. Either we go with 2, don't take
I think
it to a
it's
workshop,
1 and 2,
yeah, or we drop 2 and just get it done. I'm happy to have the continuation of the fee waiver, but I don't want to take it to another meeting.
Should I clarify that?
I don't think I can provide that at the moment. Sorry. Okay, further discussion. Someone else might clarify. Your seconder, maybe. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I'm hearing all of the concerns around the table, and I would just suggest that perhaps we defer point 2, take it out completely, and the officers can just address this within committee as a separate topic that we discuss, and we just vote on what's the initial recommendation here. Just a suggestion to defer it. If that's
further
okay.
Sorry, defer.
We'll take that out and
that's your view. Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. No. Show of hands. All those in favour.
Amendment.
Favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos. Oh, sorry, Coates, I missed you. Loberg, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
Oh, I had my hand down.
And against?
Sorry, your hand's down, and the Mayor.
Oh, and against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, I see you hiding there. Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly.
So that's passed 7-5. I'll now put the substantive motion as amended. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 15 is what is item 15? The Development Assessment Panel revised bill and our submission to it. Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. Discussion on the council's submission. Any discussion? Councillor Posselt.
Just a question, if I may, Lord Mayor. I read this report as submitting pretty much the same submission that we submitted the first time around. Is that a fair summary?
Through you, Lord Mayor, yes, it's exactly the same.
Further discussion?
Excellent. That remains my favourite submission that's come out of council officers since I've been on council, so I'm very pleased to see that the same submission is being used, and thanks to all the officers who crafted it.
Councillor Harvey.
And just so we're clear, in summary, the position of the City of Hobart with their submission, which was the previous submission, is that the draft bill is not supported. The proposed development the proposed bill is not supported. It introduces politics into planning by giving the Minister such broad and undefined powers. B, it reduces the involvement of the community in the planning process. C, it threatens to significantly disrupt the ability of councils to retain senior expert staff. D, it's likely to impact the City of Hobart's fee structure so that applicants for smaller projects are likely to be required to pay higher fees. And E, it creates ambiguity for developers with no assessment framework which is articulated. So I support the submission, which is the same as the previous one, and I just wish the government would stop with all this reform to try and take planning away from councils. It will be a disaster, I feel, in Tasmania. And I don't think there's any support among, well, there might be one council, I think, now that might have some sympathy towards it, but I think the majority of councils don't support changes to take away planning from local councils.
Further discussion? Councillor Dutta.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, I would also want to endorse the statements made, and I think this is a masterpiece of a submission. Brilliant points. Whoever's written it, must be complimented. Some significant points. And the points that concern me is that it's going to be an interference. It's a political interference in planning. Not only that, but I think that the other point which is important for me is that there is no right of appeal, and which is a very important element in a democracy, to have that right of appeal. And the staff has made some significant points that we should take up. But for me, those 2 points are very important. Firstly, that it is taking away the right of appeal, taking away from the community, and then it simply is interfering in giving the minister unlimited powers, as it were. And that itself can be political interference. At present, the way I perceive it from my perspective, it's only a very small percentage of the application that's, in fact, decisions are made by elected members, if only 2% or maybe even less. So I think really there is no need for us to go down this path. Thank you.
Councillor Kelly.
Question, if I may, Lord Mayor. Is it possible for an application to be appealed in the tribunal? Is there a mechanism for an appeal in that form?
If the bill goes through, Councillor Kelly, is that what your question is?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. Ms Abbey.
Through you, Lord Mayor, no, this will be effectively a combined process of the decision made by the Planning Authority and the appeal. That it will be compressed down into one process.
So, through you, Lord Mayor, there'll be no appeal process whatsoever. If a decision is made by the DAP, that's it, it's final.
Through you, Lord Mayor,
Debbie.
Correct. On merit grounds, there is still always the possibility of an administrative appeal if the tribunal, if the DAP has not taken into account a relevant consideration or taken into account an irrelevant consideration. All of those very fundamental administrative law principles still apply, and they could potentially still be appealed on those grounds. That would be very, very unlikely, a very expensive process through the Supreme Court.
Would that not be the same as what it is now? If it doesn't comply with the planning scheme, for instance, a person can appeal and it's based on the merits of the planning scheme. So I'd be confused here that if there was a solid case for something that wasn't stacking up, and that it'd be appealable on those grounds.
Sorry, no, just to clarify, there's no separate appeal on the merits. There's no ability to go to the Supreme Court on the merits or to appeal to another body if you're unhappy with that outcome.
Further discussion? Councillor
Thank you.
Elliott.
I think there's merit to what the government's trying to achieve here, and personally I don't think their plans under the DAP goes far enough. I'd personally like to see every single planning application go to one central body, and I think with a significant tree register should go there too. I'm on the record saying I think planning should be removed from individual councils. I don't think we should have 29 individual planning departments across the state. I think we should have one consolidated down. I do agree with the submission that around the concerns they raise around a planning authority may have a perceived conflict of interest or bias. I agree with the submission's feedback that that should be rephrased to be members of a planning authority, not the planning authority as a collective. But I think we also need to, as a council, realise that this bill likely exists because of the Hobart City Council, to be honest. So I think we're the reason why this bill's come to fruition. So maybe we should have a look at how we go about things, because I do agree with the principle that this bill looks to take the politics out of planning, and every fortnight we see the urgency of that needing to be done. So whilst there's room for improvement in the bill and definitely tidy-ups, I think the principle is a good one and should be taken further.
Further discussion, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Look, I think when you have a bill that really tries to circumvent some of the principles that we have in an administrative law, those are one of the crucial things being that individuals are able to appeal a decision on its merits. And I think what has already been outlined by the director, or the acting director, is that this circumvents an individual's or a person's ability to actually appeal a decision on its merits. And that is undemocratic when we're talking about administrative law. And it's one of the principles of administrative law to be able to appeal a decision on its merits. And this is what is lacking within this draft bill from what I am understanding. I do want to just point out a few things. I think that the really wonderful submission noted previously that we've discussed before, and it's this. Before progressing this reform, the state government needs to provide the evidence that they say exists. Making blanket statements is not evidence, which was the approach in the State Planning Office report on consultation dated October 2024, which responded to the 540 responses to the SPO position paper. This uses phrases like the government has become aware and anecdotal evidence of bias, but no specific examples were provided and no statistics to demonstrate the extent of this perceived problem were contained within that report. Further, there is a missed opportunity for proper reform of the planning system. And I think one of the crucial things that we have to also highlight within this report is the community. What the report actually says is that further compounding this issue is that the usual public notification processes, for example, newspaper and sign at the site, are not required under the draft bill. This will inevitably mean that less people are notified of the application, which is ironic given that these are the largest and potentially most impactful applications. This creates an inconsistency with the way other applications are notified without justification. ADAP is not required to take into account any input from the community for standard planning applications. It is a mandatory requirement to take representations into account. And the DAP may disregard community representations which it considers to be frivolous or vexatious. And I think the final comments within this report are important to highlight. The DAP is a knee-jerk reaction to a perceived problem which does not have a proper evidentiary basis. It will impact staffing and finances when we're talking specifically about the City of Hobart. Crucially, it will diminish the role of community in the planning process. There are alternative pathways to address the state government's frustrations with the planning system. It is very unfortunate that these do not seem to have been considered, and the offer of engagement with the Local Government Association of Tasmania has not been taken up. Thank you.
Further discussion?
I have a question, Lord Mayor.
Councillor
And the
Dutta.
question is this report written by qualified staff?
Ms Abbey.
I wrote the report, Lord Mayor.
Any further discussion? Councillor, I think Councillor Kelly was up before.
Oh, sorry. Just to clarify, it was suggested that these changes are a result of the City of Hobart. Could I just get an understanding of our track record when it comes to approvals of development applications? Because it's been insinuated that it's a problem with us that's led to this push for taking away planning. What's our record?
Through you, Lord Mayor, my recollection broadly is that we only refuse 2% of applications, we being the elected members, because at officer level we don't have the power to refuse applications.
So, just another question. What percentage of applications come to the council?
Sorry, Lord Mayor, I don't have those exact figures.
Your colleague might have.
Look, it's approximately 5%.
5%. And about 2% of that 5% are rejected by the council. How many are overturned by the councillors? Probably 1 or 2 a year, I'd imagine.
Got the latest. Oh, Ms Abbey, did you?
No, look, it's a small portion of that.
So any attempts to suggest this is a product of City of Hobart, I think is a bit disingenuous.
Okay, any further discussion? I think Councillor Kelly, you wanted to get up this time. You're up first.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, nothing personal, but I just think in a lot of cases, with a lot of these big applications, we are totally out of our depth. The Development Appraisal Panel consists of expert people, and they're qualified, and they're architects, and they make good judgment. And I've seen some appalling decisions made by councils, not just specifying us, and it just holds the whole system up and it chokes development. And I mean, this isn't just being made by the government in the day, they have a panel. It's not the only place in Australia too. This system is used in other capital cities, and as I understand it, the system works well. Sure, we try hard and we listen to people and we do make decisions, but I've just seen so many applications come through that are extremely complex, and we are really out of our depth, despite us thinking we might know better. So, look, I'm not opposed to the Development Appraisal Panel, and I mean, I look at what we've done here in the last year. I think we've had one application of substance, and that's been the Spotlight building. That's it. I mean, most meetings, and that's been, as I understand it now, put on hold. And look, and it's just another hurdle for applicants to go through. Most of the meetings now, I think in the last 8 meetings we've had, 6 of those has either been nothing to hear, cancelled, or under 30 minutes. Some of them under 10 minutes. And, you know, it's just putting this extra time on and all that. And I really do question, moving forward, the relevance of local councils in the whole system, which does have a lot of checks and balances in it. So, look, I'm in support of a Development Appraisal Panel.
Further discussion? Councillor Coates was, I think, next.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been raised in discussion a little bit. I think it is worth reflecting. You can put out a draft bill and you can provide genuine feedback and say, well, we're concerned with this section, this section, this section. And you can still, you don't necessarily have to then say, well, we just oppose the legislation. I mean, I think it is in some ways a very good report, in many ways a very good report. It does outline some areas of concern, but ultimately what we're being asked for is to present something that says that we don't support the bill. I think, though, that if we reflect on what is happening in our city, the planning system isn't working as we would hope it to be. And in some ways, I think it's instructive. If 2% are getting knocked back, like that to me is alarm bells. I mean, we should have developers feeling confident to put forward proposals. I think there's so many developers now who've just frankly walked away. Within.
Could we just clarify that 2%? So you're actually factual. 2% of 5. No, thank you. Okay, yep, not a point of order. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Be respectful of the Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Zuko.
Thank you.
do that. Okay, Councillor Coates, please proceed.
Be accurate. Thank you. I understand the 2% to be 2% of the 5% that are a council one. Noting, of course, that most DAs are relatively simple and straightforward. But I guess I would highlight that it's funny. I took a walk the other day just down from Battery Point and across the top end of or bottom end of Sandy Bay Road, and boarded up derelict building. For whatever reason, the development didn't happen or work. Next door, boarded up, didn't work. You turn down towards Salamanca, open air car park. I mean, most cities, if you had that within 100 metres of wherever it wants to be, what's going wrong here? Why are the people that own these blocks not confident in getting their developments through and approved and commercially viable? I think having ADAPT does potentially help address that. And I think us coming out and saying we just don't support the bill is a little bit too strong. I think we could be nuanced. We could raise concerns of aspects of it, but say, look, we actually don't want to be on record because ultimately we can recognise that the system as it is at the moment isn't what we'd like it to be, and there are areas that need to be addressed. What the ultimate bill looks like, of course, we don't know. This will go through this process. It'll then go through debate in the lower house and in the upper house. I do also reflect that in my limited time on council, there has definitely been applications where community angst at a proposal is directed at individuals as councillors, where matters that aren't relevant under the planning code are, I've had threats of, if you don't reject this, I'll campaign against you. This is going to ruin my life because it blocks my view. And it's like, well, view's not something I can vote on. That's not a planning consideration. And so, this idea that putting in ADAPT just brings politics into planning. I mean, politics, unfortunately, is already in planning. And there is that sort of, the sad reality that no one wants to, pardon the pun, live next to a dump. But you need to have dumps built somewhere. And so sometimes what you get is these scenarios where actually it's not best being done by elected members who have got that sort of public pressure, if you like. And actually some proposals are either complex, large, needed infrastructure where you're better off having a panel of experts go and do it. And so, I think going down this path of having development assessment panels at a high level isn't necessarily a bad idea. And I think that reflects that we would all like to see more housing development, less sort of empty blocks, less asphalt or open air car parks. Is this bill perfect? There's legitimate concerns that are raised in this document, and I'm sure there'll be concerns raised by other members of the community, and what the ultimate form of it is at the end of the stage will come out. But I think for us to come out as a city and just say that we don't support it is a little bit too far at this stage. And I appreciate when they go to consultation, they love to know, do you support or not this bill as it is now? But I think it would be more fair for us not to put in the submission as it reads at the moment, albeit I can accept that there are concerns raised in the submission which are of merit and value and add to the debate. But I think as it stands now, I can't support the draft submission. Thank you.
Alderman Zuko.
Yes, Lord Mayor, and no disrespect to our council officers who do write reports, and they write them very, very well. This report is in regards to a draft bill that's going to go before Parliament, and the council's submission in respect of the draft bill. I've been on the record for over 20 years for pushing planning out to be taken away from local councils. It's on the record. I've actually, I would say, over the years, probably had maybe 6 to 8 op-eds in the media. I've actually put proposals up to various planning ministers over the years, and actually sat in a Labor Party minister's office many years ago and a Liberal Party minister's office, so I don't pick or choose who the relevant minister is in regards to this. So my voting against this is not to do with whether or not the council officers recommend this or not. It's like anything. I also fully support not just council amalgamations, but the total restructure of it. And I would say that a similar report will come forward. At the end of the day, politics plays a major role in planning, whether it's 1%, whether it's 2%, whether it's 50%. The percentage factor does not in any way, shape or form change my mind, because there was a most recent application of a zip line that was recommended for approval by our esteemed council officers. That was rejected by this council, and the applicant didn't go forward with their opportunity to go in front of the tribunal, and so did the cable car. The cable car was recommended for refusal and got refused. So, you know, we're on 50% on the mountain at the moment, so the 2% factor might be around the place. The other thing we're going to look at is how many cranes are in the air at the moment. I actually bumped into a very leading, well-known, small developer and former architect. His daughter actually worked for me when she was 15, many, many moons ago. I said, I haven't seen you doing any building in Hobart lately. He says, mate, I've instructed my son not to put any applications in and not to go for any business in Hobart. And that was just a few days ago. That was actually Sunday, I think it was. This is this is what happens to me on a regular basis. I've actually had these discussions with some senior council officers, and I won't mention their names, I don't want to get them into trouble. That's the problem we have in this city. It's not about this draft bill is just for the city of Hobart. It's got to do with that amount of politics that he's played that creates the perception of what this council is. And I've given you two examples of the mountain. Forget about whether it's the mountain or not. But you got one application that was up for refusal, refused, one application up for approval, refused. It's not about who wrote this report, it's about my 20 years of pushing this. The sooner we get politics out of planning, the better. Because I do represent my community, but when I come and put my planning hat on, it's not about the community, it's about the planning scheme and the planning application in itself. And over the years I've heard so many times that I'm making this decision because the community X, community Y. Planning is not about community, I'm sorry to say to you all. Planning is about a specific set of criteria, and that specific set of criteria that I believe at times we can challenge, but sometimes in local councils, not only the Hobart, it's challenged a bit too much. I support the bill as it was proposed. I'll be voting against this.
Further discussion? Okay, I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey, your hand was up, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zerko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kelly.
So that has been passed. The submission going on the DAPS bill has been passed. The next item is this.
I'm so sorry. I just wanted to highlight that we failed to follow standing orders back on item 10. It's not a big thing, but it was to me because we had a put, and the put you immediately accepted, and then we voted, and I thought we were voting on allowing the put.
This is the procedural motion. Yes, I understand.
And so I'm voting on the put, but I'm not. I'm actually now voting on the motion. Could we please just reattend to that? It's not probably going to change anything, but I'd like it to be done properly, please.
Is that correct? And if we do need to change, I'm happy to move that we recommit the item.
CEO?
And the Lord Mayor dealt with that correctly. Procedural motion, you only need, it's a one vote. Obviously, clarifying that the seconder question that the Councillor Elliott mentioned earlier today didn't need a seconder, so it was correctly put.
But it's not, we didn't agree to it as a room. It was simply the Lord Mayor decided and then suddenly we're voting. That's what I don't understand. I thought we always voted to agree.
I questioned it last time it came up, but I've been advised that the way I did it is the correct way under meeting procedures and how other councils do it. But the CEO will circulate some further advice on this, just so everyone's really clear.
The point now is that I thought I was voting on a put, and I've actually now voted on motion. That's now incorrect.
Lord Mayor, I move to recommit the item so that way their elected members can re-vote, so that way there's no confusion at all whatsoever.
Alderman Zuko. So we'll do that now. This is the final motion as amended of item 10. There's no talking about it, though, I don't think, Councillor Possum.
Well, is it it's not listed in the procedural motions as recommitting an item as a procedural motion, therefore it should garner debate. Not a procedural.
It's pretty irregular what's being asked, to be frank, because there's a council decision that was made.
Made lawfully.
Made lawfully. So you always have to rescind the decision and then recast the decision to...
I think what you're saying is right. Look, I mean, we're at whatever council wants to do in a sense, but we've got a lawful decision. I appreciate the confusion, but Michael, the CEO, and I were quite strong on this. This is the advice around how it is supposed to work per meeting regs. There appears to be some confusion on that, but look, I'm in the hands of the councillors and Michael and the Mayor, but I think if given the choice, my preference would be to leave it alone because you've made a lawful decision.
This is not the first time that a matter's been reconvened at the council meeting over the years.
No, I understand that, Alderman Zerko, but
and
I'm
it's
saying
not
the decision
rescinding the
was
item. It's actually up to the chair to just make that decision.
Vote on that.
Look, I'll put the motion to recommit it first, and if there's more than 7, I think it's possible. Councillor Possum, I don't know whether this is... I'm not sure the rules are around this motion. Would you say it's one for debate?
To be honest, I didn't have a think about this. Look, I think, I mean, I don't know what could be added by debating the motion again. I think you just run the vote.
If I may, on that deliberation, this requires us to rescind a previous decision. We're being asked to do something that's outside of the meeting regulations, regardless of precedent. This was a decision taken an hour ago. It wasn't 5 minutes ago. I don't think that if someone was asleep at the wheel and missed what happened, that's their problem.
What I'm going to suggest is that we don't do this now, that maybe we ask the CEO and Mr Young to think about it over dinner, and we can do this as our last item maybe. Okay, moving on to item 16 is the special committee terms of reference. Moved by Councillor Lohberger. Any discussion on this? I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 17 is the local government electoral bill. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor Councillor Councillor Lohberger.
I just wanted to move a small amendment to this. I'm going to get in early so we don't go round and round twice. Reform 33, which is relating to elector polls. I understand the thinking behind this because there have been a lot of elector polls around the south of the state in the last couple of years. However, 20% is an almost unachievable amount of signatures to gain, especially within 30 days. The current legislation says you only have 30 days for the elector poll petition. It's a very difficult amount. It's, and what is that in Hobart? It's over 10,000. I would like to amend that down to 10%, which is still an increase on the current number, but it is, I believe, actually achievable as opposed to the 20% number, which I don't think. I think that they may as well just rule out elector polls if we're going to vote. I've got a very simple motion of just to amend what we're supporting here to increase the proportion of electors signing a petition to 10% instead of 20%, which is what it currently says. and I would commend that to my fellow colleagues. I don't particularly...
Councillor Elliott.
I won't waste too much time talking to it. I think it's very obvious what I'm trying to do here, and I think myself and Councillor Elliott as a seconder do know a little bit about this process, and I do think it's unachievable, 20%. Thank you.
Right. Can I just ask a question of whoever knows the voting size of the Hobart community, because I don't think 56%, the 56,000 people are all electors. So it's not the number of electors. Anyone know the number of electors in the city of Hobart? 20.
Through you, Lord Mayor, I think regards elector polls, it's not just the ratepayers, there's also the general managers. So there's the two different numbers. Off the top of my head, and the CEO may correct me, you might be Googling it now, I think the number of ratepayers is 550,000.
Population.
That's the population, so it would be lower than that. So I'm just trying to find it, Lord Mayor.
So I guess 10% of 26 or 28,000 is more like 2,000, which is only double what it is now. So I think, anyways.
Sorry,
Alderman Bloomfield.
I already knew that number. It's 7,709. 20%.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, 20%, yes, of electors. Yeah. Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment?
But for Hobart, so Lord Mayor, for Hobart that would be the case, but for other municipalities where there's only 500 people in the municipality, I don't know, how onerous is it for those? So is this designed for Hobart, or is this designed for all 29 electors? Councils, I should say, yeah.
Further discussion? Discussion on the amendment. Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a question. What we're putting together tonight is my understanding that this is just the recommendations. It's what we think needs to be changed, so it's not binding in any way. So if we were just to suggest that it was a 10%, doesn't necessarily send the message that it would be implemented. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's our submission. Alderman Bloomfield.
Point out too, another bit of interesting maths with this. 20% would roughly equate to 2 elected members' quotas. So it's an awful lot of people from a community that would need to sign in 30 days. It's not saying that it's good or bad, but it needs to be something that's reasonably achievable for something that is incredibly important to a community. Otherwise, like I said before, why have it if we can't make it feasible?
Any further discussion on this amendment? I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
In favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly. I think that's it.
And against.
And against, Alderman Zurko, Councillor Harvey and the Deputy.
Lord Mayor,
that's been carried. The amendment has been carried.
Lord Mayor, on the question that was asked by Councillor Bloomfield, meeting procedures, section 19. I'm happy to read it out. Or
So we're not dealing with that at the moment, Councillor Alderman.
It will resolve the question.
We will deal with that. We're coming back to that. We're in the middle of another matter at the moment, Alderman Zurko. Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and through you, like Councillor Lohberger, I've just popped up for what is a simple amendment. I've provided it to Ms Young if you want to put it up on the screen, that point 2 be provided that the council write to relevant parties expressing a desire for the relevant legislation to be amended to enable councils to adopt optional voting for residents aged 16 to 18 years old. Again, as Councillor Kitsos points out, this is not a binding. We're not writing the legislation. The House of Representatives writes the legislation. This is us casting our desire to the state government to say, we think that engaged young people, regardless of their political stripe, who have the largest stake in any decision made because they've got the longest time on this planet to live with it, should get a say if they want one. It's not mandatory voting for 16-year-olds. It's if people are engaged, they want to be involved. We have a wonderful children's mayor program that this council run. Children should be a part of decision making. The World Health, there is a charter that says that children should be involved in decisions that affect them, and I think that this council should lead by example and provide to the state government that we believe young people should have an opportunity to be heard through a vote every 4 years at their local government. I think this lends the opportunity for councils to opt in and out of that accordingly. So each council would need to make a decision as to whether or not they want their young people's voices heard. I would hope that this council, having many young people that reside within, would take up that opportunity. So I'd commend that in good faith to my colleagues and genuinely ask you to consider allowing young people to have a voice in elections as a request, because we're not writing the legislation, the state is.
So I need a seconder for that amendment. Councillor Posselt, Councillor Lohberger. Councillor Elliott.
I just have a question through you, Chair, to Councillor Posselt. If he'd consider changing the wording from 16 to 18 to age 16 and 17, because 18-year-olds are already required to compulsorily vote.
Certainly, Councillor Elliott. Yep.
So 16 and 17.
No problem.
Any further discussion on this? Councillor Kelly.
Look, there's some merit in this amendment, which I, in some regards, do support. I just find it just going to cause confusion. There's always already enough confusion with local government voting. You know, the compulsory things now are there, and still a lot of people think you don't have to vote. The state, federal will be at a different age group. Look, I just think it's important that there are other ways we can listen to the youth of our city and electorate, which is very, very important, and I agree with it. The sentiment of it, I do agree, but I just think too, the overall confusion this will create in administration too probably outweighs the benefits we're going to be getting from that. I just think there's better ways we can consult with the youth than doing this amendment.
Any further discussion?
Well, Mayor, I sympathise with allowing our youth to vote. But to my point of view, it needs to be consistent right across the board, local, state and federal. I've been very consistent with that. And if the federal and the state decide to go down that track, fully support it. But I think it'll be too confusing for people to say, oh, I can vote here, but I can't vote there. I think we need to give the right to vote to whoever right across the three spectrums of government.
Councillor Harvey.
Lord Mayor, I think 17-year-olds get on the roll? Yes. They can enrol.
So through you, the Electoral Act states that the voting age in the state of Tasmania is 18, but I believe you can get on the roll in anticipation of turning 18, to your question.
So that's half this, well, okay, they still can't vote. What I'm concerned about is an additional role. Will that be managed by councils or will it be managed by the TEC?
I think those details will be worked out, but I'm not sure.
Look, it's one of the questions in the submission is the proposal that administration goes across to the Tasmanian Electoral Commission, and we're recommending to support that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in two minds. I think there is an onerous process to get 18 and 16, 17 on the roll that we may or may not have to administer, but if it's someone else is administering the whole thing, then I'm more comfortable with it. But like Alderman Zuko said, I'd much rather this be federal, state and local, not just local, because then we have the one roll that we're all on, rather than a separate roll, or it's got to be cut out of that roll if it's to be used as well, like the main electoral roll with a subset of 16-year-olds.
The discussion. No further discussion. Councillor
Lord Mayor, I am of the view that, while I want to support this, I also am leaning towards consistency. of the three levels of government, and therefore have difficulty supporting it. But if it is simply as a suggestion, as a proposal, and then the government makes the decision, then I'm quite happy to put it out there. But I'm, of the view that hopefully the government simply will look at it and for consistency's sake will decide otherwise. But for the sake of putting it out there to be debated and discussed, I'll be able to do that. Thank you.
Any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, I wouldn't mind just speaking on this because I do support the, I think it's called Make It 16 campaign. It is a national campaign for 16 and 17-year-olds to voluntarily enrol to vote. The ACT nearly supported it, and I think putting it on the agenda, we can say that it'd be a good move for local government, but the Tasmanian government could also decide to make a move and be the first state in the country that allowed 16 and 17-year-olds to voluntarily vote. And wouldn't that be a great advertisement for Tasmanian democracy, but also everyone thinks that Tasmania is the kind of place that young people leave and isn't friendly to young people and is, too old and all this sort of thing. And this would be a really great statement from the Tasmanian government to make, local government, allow it under local government and allow it potentially through their own elections. And I think it would be a really leadership thing to do for Tasmania. We already have voluntary enrolment through the General Manager's role. So not everyone who is an elector is just here because they're a ratepayer. There's a whole range of other categories that people can enrol. So the system is fairly, loose in some ways, in that we also allow residents, non-citizen residents. And this is very common around the world too. So there's a whole suite of countries that allow for over 16s to vote, including Austria, Brazil, Estonia, Germany, Hungary, Malta, Slovenia, Switzerland, etc., etc., and over 17s, Greece, Indonesia, Korea, Norway, Timor-Leste. So, I don't think we're striking out completely on our own in Tasmania, but I think this is just it's obviously just going in our submission, but I think it'd be fantastic to see the Tasmanian government adopt this not only for local governments but for themselves. Okay, so this is just the amendment. This is one amendment. I'll put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. No. Show of hands, all those in favour.
In favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly.
Okay, that amendment's passed, and now we've got another amendment.
Yes, Lord Mayor. Oh, sorry.
Alderman Zuko.
Lord Mayor, I've sent it to Mr Young, and I've been very consistent with this over 20 years. I've actually done some papers on this. It's in regards to the deputy mayor. Maybe you've probably heard me speak about this in the past. Probably the only one. Lord Mayor, I like the model of the Darwin City Council. Because I just feel that going to elections for the Deputy Lord Mayor, I think the Darwin City Council's got it absolutely right. And what they've done, and as I said, I've been on this path of Darwin, I've written op-eds on it as well over the years. The Darwin City Council has got a great policy which I think is really good, and it's a very inclusive policy. It actually doesn't have a Deputy Lord Mayor. What it does do is, under its policy statement, is at the first meeting of the council, it doesn't go around the table and elect a particular Deputy Lord Mayor. It actually allows the 12 elected members to have 4 months each over the period of time, and only deputise for the mayor if required at that particular point in time. So in actual fact, there's no deputy other than all the elected members are equal, as the late Barry Fisher used to put, and if the Lord Mayor's away for roughly over a week or 2 weeks, that's when the financial aspect kicks in. But if the Lord Mayor's away for a couple of days, whoever is in that period deputises for the Lord Mayor. What that does, and as I said, I've advocated this for 20 odd years, so it's nothing new. It's going up. It's going to be part of my submission yet again to government, which I've done in the past. So basically, what would happen there is, let's say the government decide to keep the status quo, we wouldn't have to go to an election for deputy. The other thing is the remuneration of deputy would no longer be there. The only time that there'd be any more remuneration in that 4-year period would be if someone represented the Lord Mayor for about a week, and that's the only time. So there's some potential savings across the board in the sense of the election, and it's also potential savings in respect of not having to pay a deputy mayor. And this has got nothing to do with the current situation. I've been advocating this for 20 years. There's a model there that's been there in practice and a policy in which could be looked at. So I'd like to move an amendment that the council give consideration to adopting the Darwin City Council model for
the submission.
For the submission. Okay.
And seconder for the amendment, Alderman Bloomfield. Any discussion on the amendment? No discussion. I'll put that.
I'll just point out that we currently have a revolving chair in our Hobart workshop, and frankly, I think that's actually working quite well. And it actually also allows a little bit more empathy from all the members of what the role in fact is. Prepares people better for consideration of what the role is. And overall, I think it would contribute very well to this council.
Okay. Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think while the concept is quite interesting, I have some reservations in regards to this. One, I think if we have a Lord Mayor and a deputy, in my view, I think it provides leadership, and I think the community ought to have their say, and therefore I would support that the community keep the status quo as recommended by staff. That's point number one. Point number two is that if we rotate, knowing the politics that we talk about, if someone who gets alongside the Lord Mayor and they're not able to work together, it'll create a little friction and they're fighting among themselves or among ourselves. Now, if simply deputizing for a week or so, and there is a scenario where someone is needed for a longer period of time because of sickness or whatever, again, for me, that will create difficulties and problems which we may not foresee. But my bottom line is, I think the recommendation is for status quo. We must not take that away from the community. That's how I would support that.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll keep my reflection brief on this one. I mean, I think it's a matter of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think that in my time on council, Deputy Lord Mayor Burnett did a fantastic job, was highly experienced, passionate, worked very hard, had a messy office as a result of the hard work, it must be said. But I wish Helen Burnett well, but I thank her for her time, and she was duly elected by this process into that role and served well and represented the community's needs extremely well. And likewise, the provisions to replace Deputy Lord Mayors have landed us with Deputy Lord Mayor Sherlock, who again works hard, represents the council extremely well. It's known for her wonderful performance as a civic receptionist, much better than I would ever be able to do. She's wonderful at that, and I just think that we've had 2 deputy Lord Mayors in this term of council as a result of the current system. It's working fine. We've had great representation. We continue to have great representation. Why would we change it?
Further discussion? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
The amendment.
Oh, sorry, the amendment. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. No. Show of hands. All those in favour.
Alderman Zurko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly and the Lord Mayor.
And against?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey and the Deputy. 1, 2.
That's 6 all, which is lost as an amendment. We have another amendment from Councillor Kelly. Off you go. Oh, waiting for that one to come up.
So what the amendment's proposing here is that we've got a quirky situation where if the Deputy Lord Mayor leaves during the term of an appointment or during the term of council at least, the vote goes to the table. What my proposal is to keep the whole democratic system consistent. And we vote for a Lord Mayor, we vote for a Deputy Lord Mayor, we vote for aldermen and councillors. So why is it that the table votes for the Deputy Lord Mayor when it becomes available? It's not democratic that this happens at the table. We've got a perfectly good system through the way it's all stored in the computer now. It's just done at the push of a button, and the next person who was voted in as Deputy Lord Mayor would be elected to there. No different to how we have an elected member replaced. So it's all about consistency, and it's absolutely, if there's a tie, we have the absolute bizarre, so if it does go to the table, for instance, and it's an even vote, we have the bizarre situation where the Deputy Lord Mayor's decided by drawing the name out of a hat. I mean, how ridiculous. It sounds like the Melbourne Cup sweep, doesn't it? And that's to create the second most powerful person in the capital city of Hobart as a Deputy Lord Mayor. I mean, how can we be serious about such a bizarre and wacky system as that? It is absolutely crazy. So, also too, I mean, you can have the situation where a person who gets 2.5% of the vote gets voted in as Deputy Lord Mayor. Crazy, absolutely crazy, and that's what's happened. And also too, the situation, we go back 2 terms when Alderman Christie was voted, when the Lord Mayor left to go to State Parliament, the Deputy was actually Lord Mayor for a period of about 6 months, I think it was. So there's all these things that, when you look at them on the edges, it just does not stack up. And what I'm proposing here is a good, democratic, clear, non-political system within the council itself, and I think that it's pretty clean cut, and I would find how anyone could not vote for that to be, it's not going to be consistent with the whole democratic process.
Lord Mayor, there's only one.
Kelly.
Councillor Harvey.
Councillor Harvey, and we need a seconder for.
To the Bailey as well.
We need a seconder, Councillor Elliott. Yeah, Councillor Harvey.
Just with this, you've got to keep in mind that not every candidate that ran for Deputy Lord Mayor is eligible to contest anything else if they didn't get elected to council. So what happens in the situation where there's a vacancy on the council, there's a count back for that vacancy to fill it. Like what happened with Deputy Lord Mayor Burnett was filled by
Councillor Kitsos, yes.
But when it comes to electing the deputy, only people who are already at the table are eligible to be the deputy. So you could have 10 people run for deputy who didn't get elected to council. So it's a bit awkward. So only us can stand for Deputy Lord Mayor. So no one else can. So you might as well have it at the table, because there's no outsiders that can come in unless they win the recount and they had previously stood for Deputy Lord Mayor. So I don't know if it's going to work.
Well, it could work by virtue of exactly what you said.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Harvey raises some valid points. I think Councillor Kelly raises some valid points as well. The situation where we get a Deputy Lord Mayor out of a hat is absurd. It's proper ridiculous. I would be inclined to support a motion to this effect if it was amended to reflect the preference system. So if it was on countback of the Deputy Lord Mayor's, that's not what this says. No, this is who comes second. So there is a difference between preference flows and between who comes second. If this was elected from preferences, I can support it. If it's elected on who comes second, I can't. So it's something for you to think about, Councillor Kelly.
You can change that if you want. Lord Mayor, actually, I have to. I wasn't going to say anything, but I have to argue against what Councillor Harvey has said, because the other thing applies as well. A person can stand for deputy and stand for elected member, win the vote in deputy, right? Just a second. Win the vote in deputy, and doesn't get elected as an elected member, and that's just out the door. So the whole thing about it is, this is about an elected member who has stood for Deputy Lord Mayor, right? And I actually believe in the same principle with Lord Mayor, because I don't believe the Deputy has stood for the Lord Mayor position. The Deputy stood for the Deputy position at the moment, as it stands. I believe there should be a countback in the Lord Mayor's position if the Lord Mayor resigns. Makes it easier. Who stood for Lord Mayor and who's an elected member, right? And that way there, it's as Councillor Passalt's saying, it's a countback. And that way there, it's the fairest way of ensuring it. And it should be not only a countback for the Deputy, but it should be a countback for the Lord Mayor as well. Because, you know, I'm not being disrespectful to the Deputy, because I was actually quite annoyed that former Lord Mayor Ron Christie became the Lord Mayor when he had no intentions of ever being the Lord Mayor. There were other people that put their hand up, stood for it, right? And the same principle happens in state parliament. Put their hand up. It's all right. You don't have to speak. You don't have to. I'm speaking. It's my turn.
Okay. You're not across the table, please.
Right. And the same scenario happened here when former councillor Helen Burnett resigned. As councillor, we ended up with another councillor on a countback. That is the fairest, most democratic way of doing things. So this principle is the way to go, but I agree with Councillor Passault. It should be on a countback, not who's first past the post.
Only in the room, though.
No, but the same scenario happens only in the room, because if a person now, just say at the next election, Bill Harvey tops the poll as Deputy Lord Mayor, doesn't get the position unless Bill Harvey is elected as an alderman. So the only people who would be eligible, and I'll just give you this scenario, if Councillor Kitsos had stood for deputy, got elected as an alderman because of the countback, and also stood for deputy and got the countback, Councillor Kitsos would have been your deputy. So it doesn't matter. It's the most democratic way of doing things. And I've got to say, there's a rare occasion that myself and Councillor agree. You've got to be elected as an elected member first and foremost.
I know.
Thank you. But you've been around as long as I have.
But if no one's elected...
Councillor, no, Alderman Harvey, sorry, Councillor Harvey, please. Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions just about the whole drawing the name out of a hat, because I understand it does seem absurd, but however, the people in the hat will have received 6 votes each in this room. So they've received a significant amount of support before their name's drawn out. But I did want to ask a question. If the Deputy Mayor, under this new system, if we were to do this and the countback resulted in an identical result of 2 candidates, the same amount of votes...
If they're at the table?
Well, no, this doesn't really matter, but if there's a countback for the Deputy Mayor and then there are 2 candidates with identical votes, how does the Electoral Commission resolve that? I believe they draw it out of a hat. They do. Yeah. So it's the same situation. It is a sort of... it's the only way to break a deadlock in a democracy. So it isn't actually a part of a democratic system, because if you get two people on even votes for the same position, there is no other way to do it. They'll count back a few times to make sure they got them right, but if they are equal, that is actually the way we do it. It's a bit of a standard across the system and across all three levels. So I'm not sure that we really need to go down this path, given that we could still end up choosing the mayor or the deputy mayor out of a hat in this new system as well. Anyway, that's my contribution, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, I would like to support this. I think it is a fair way of looking at it, and my reasons are this. At present, it is used that if a councillor either resigns or whatever, that is filled by a countback. That principle is used. So I think the same principle should apply to the deputy and the Lord Mayor. For those who are elected, and I think that's what I'm understanding, not from someone who is out there, someone who stood for it and didn't make it in, they disqualify themselves. But if those people who are elected, and there are three of us who were elected, and let me give you an example. I stood for Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor, I'm sorry. And if you go back and look at that statistics, you will find that Jeff Briscoe wasn't elected, that Simon Barakas had gone. The only one left would be someone by the name of Tata.
Or myself.
I'm just saying, so then out of the two, for example, I'm understanding, this is the way. This would be a much fairer chance. But if there is a tie, what Councillor Lohberger is saying, then maybe we could put that in as a last resort in the recommendation. If that's what the government will think, this is the way to break it. But I think this gives us a bit more fairer way of looking at it. So I would support this recommendation.
Okay, any further discussion on this amendment? Deputy?
Yeah, thank you very much. Look, I'm hopeful about this amendment, but I think, as Councillor Posselt has stated, I think we need to be a little bit more specific in the way we word it, because we want it to be specifically, from what I'm hearing about what's gone around, that people are referring to the actual preferential process of election, so that preferences are then recounted. So there's a recount process relating to preferences.
I think it would mirror the current system for the count back for councillors. So you count back that person's vote,
Yeah, so I think,
count back
but
the
it's not
deputy's
clear
vote.
in this, is what I'm saying. I agree with what.
I think given this is a submission, I think. Well, I'll see whether Councillor Kelly's happy. Is it this? Are you happy for it to reflect the same system as there is for councillors, a count back based on the...
I in principle don't have a problem with that. And I appreciate the input and the debate tonight. I think the tie thing, fair enough.
Sorry.
I'd like to sum up, can I?
No, not with amendments.
To answer your question, yes, it'll be.
Okay. So, because I think this is a submission, so I think the officers have heard this and can reflect that in the... Without having to modify the wording now, if that's all right.
Lord Mayor, all you've got to do there is is to make it consistent with the current process of countback, and that's the wording to use.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Any further discussion on this amendment? I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. It's carried unanimously. So if there's no further amendments on this this matter, I'm going to put the motion as amended. So with this on the submission with all those amendments included. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. It's carried unanimously. Now it's 10 to 7, and I'm going to propose that we break at this point for dinner and a break, and we reconvene. At 20 past or quarter past? just going to get some advice from Mr Young about the issue with Alderman Bloomfield feeling uncertain or unhappy with the way her vote was recorded for item 10. So I'll hand over to Mr Young.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So I've had a look at this with Mr Stratton, and where we've landed is Regulation 19. So 19.1 is the chair of a meeting may only allow a matter in respect of which the decision was made earlier in the meeting to be discussed again if, and I think this is where we go, 19.1a, in the opinion of the chair, the vote may not have accurately reflected the opinion held by the meeting due to a misunderstanding of the motion or for some other reason. Now, if we accept that, that takes us down to 19.2, which is a motion that a matter be allowed to be discussed again under sub-reg 1, so that's 19.1, is to be made and voted for before the matters to be discussed. So the way to proceed, as I see it, is there will be, through the chair, someone will have to move a procedural motion for us to re-debate agenda item 10 around why it was a misunderstanding, and then the product of that would be a second vote, which would be the substantive vote on agenda item 10. Does that make sense?
We don't have to rescind the other motion, just vote on it again. Lord Mayor, I move that item 10 be recommitted.
I'm happy to second that.
Okay, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously.
Lord Mayor, I move that the item 10 be put.
So all those in favour of the item 10 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Again, say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Pselt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger. Keep your hands up, please. Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zurko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates' hand is up. Alderman Bloomfield. And Councillor Kelly, I've got you down.
Okay. So that's, the motion is passed 7-5.
Yes.
Okay. Let's move now to item 18, which is the remaking of local government regulations. Councillor Kitsos. Any discussion? There being none, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 19 is elected member legal costs. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Any questions or discussion?
A question, please. Back in December, I moved a motion related to this issue, and it was that we were going to discuss it at workshop, but I don't think the workshop's occurred. So my question is, do we need to have a workshop on this?
Thanks. So we did discuss the need to have a workshop on it, but the fact that the legal advice was really clear-cut, there isn't really a lot of room, in our opinion, to debate the advice that's been provided in respect of the proposed amendments, which is why we decided to bring it forward straight to the meeting.
So if the council resolves that the matter be deferred to a workshop, that's not binding?
Again, it's not something that we think ought to be workshopped because it needs to be based on legal opinion, and that was the recommendation as to where we got to.
Okay, thanks.
Further discussion? Can I ask a question? It seemed a little bit contradictory where it talks about the Chief Executive Officer will be the final arbiter, etc., on page 1. And then the very last thing right at the end on page 3 is the Council is to provide final approval of any reimbursement. And it seemed a little bit contradictory, or whether that just got missed and was meant to be deleted right at the end.
I'd need to have a look at that through Lord Mayor, but I take your point.
I'm seeing it. We might just wait.
Look, I believe the present situation is that it is to be that the CEO's decision about whether or not the policy, as in the council policy, is triggered. I believe, Michael, rather than the chamber. I know that's
I thought
how
that might
we've
be
done
from the old policy, maybe, that the council...
That was from the old policy, Lord Mayor.
That's an error.
Drafting error from... Yeah, because it's right at the end. I thought maybe it was forgotten about, left behind.
So can we just have that repeated, please? It was hard to hear.
So I was just picking up that on the front page it talks about the CEO is going to be the one who makes decision, the final arbiter on such matters, having sought legal advice as to council law's coverage. And then the very last point on page 3 kind of contradicted that, because it says the council is to provide final approval of any reimbursement. And so Mr Young said that that was meant to be a deletion.
What's the number for that particular item?
It's just the very last. Oh, the item is...
yeah, I think the part you're referring to.
Oh, it's the attachment.
Oh, yeah, right. It's
the new draft
yeah,
policy.
Sorry.
As amended.
So just a question. I gather that last one, the council provide final approval, relates to the code of conduct complaint section.
No, it's to relate to how expenses are approved.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I was hoping we would have a workshop on this because I will self-admit I'm a stickler for really clear policy, and I do have a lot of questions here. I'll start at the top. The section is section Q, which is currently proposed as being still kept the title of reimbursement of legal expenses, but the policy actually now refers to the reimbursement of legal expenses, but also insurance, and it also should include more on in-kind support. So I would have thought that the title would be more appropriate, being legal assistance for elected members rather than reimbursement, because it now covers more than just reimbursement. And it is hard to follow the policy because there's no numbering, but the first lot of dot points, number 3, where it says that elected members will be reimbursed for their reasonable legal expenses in the following circumstances. It's got 1 and 2, but it also has a point 3 there, but that isn't actually a circumstance, so that needs to change in the policy. It says for the avoided, so number 3 isn't a circumstance, it's a normal dot point. I think we need to spell things out much more clearly because this is an important policy where we all need clarity on it. For example, another point 3 is the quantum of cost sought to be reimbursed is reasonable, and I was wondering according to whose judgment that is. And it also then further down in another paragraph says that the CEO is authorised to approve initial legal consultation. What's initial legal consultation? What's that defined as? Over the page, it's got again these dot points, point 1, 2 and 3. I was wondering at the end of point 1 if an and is meant to be there. An elected member is entitled to be reimbursed legal expenses in accordance with the policy and the elected member is successful. I just think the policy needs a lot of work in my opinion, I'm sorry to say, but I do think it needs to be, and I'll keep going through it and then I'll move a motion for it to be deferred. The next section is around insurance and it says their personal capacity. I think it would be good to have guidance on and really tight language around the word personal capacity, individual capacity versus performing the duties. I was also wondering with that, you were talking before about the point with the approval by the council versus the CEO being the arbiter. I read this as being that the CEO is the arbiter when it relates to using insurance and that reimbursement needs to come to council for final approval. And I was wondering, okay, is that an officer-initiated report or is that a notice of motion? So there's all these unanswered questions that really aren't captured in here. And the policy jumps all over the place, and I think it would make sense to have clear headings around the situation with reimbursement, the situation with insurance, in-kind support, who has approval delegations, as well as some of the definitions. For example, like good faith is really important. What definition? So I would like to move that sorry, Mr. Young, that and I hope that elected members will support it, because this policy needs work, and it's something we need to be very clear on. And what can be defined should be defined. Obviously, everything can't, but we can have guidance on it. So I'd like to move that this motion is deferred to a workshop, please.
And it doesn't need a seconder.
Not a procedural motion.
So I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Show of hands, all those in favour.
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kitsos, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy, and Lord Mayor.
And against?
Councillor Passelt, Councillor Lohberger.
Lord Mayor, if I may ask a question, I believe that we didn't take the last decision. No, it's a point of order on meeting procedures contrary to the Act. I don't think that we had qualified advice to make a decision to defer because there are implications in the policy that the policy needs to be amended and they can't reasonably implement those measures until we've made a decision, and we haven't got advice on how deferring to workshop in 3 months' time may impact current live issues that we need a decision on now.
Does the CEO want to say anything about that? But it's a bit, I can't really talk about it now that we've moved that deferral, but the CEO may want to just provide some general comments.
So we have been operating with the understanding that obviously there is change in respect to that policy. We have been having a precautionary approach to how we've been applying that. Nothing changes in that respect. In terms of the advice, you didn't need it for the procedural motion. That doesn't mean qualified advice. But again, nothing changes in the way that we are administering the policy until it's obviously approved by the council. So we'll bring that forward as quickly as we can, and obviously provide clarity to all. But yeah, it's status quo for now.
Okay, moving on now to item 20, the LGAT motions for tomorrow's general meeting. Is it tomorrow? No, Wednesday's general meeting. Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment just to point 1, which is the motion on oil and gas development in Tasmania. I can't see why we would abstain from this. I don't believe that there's any problem in voting against this for this particular city. And I would like that changed to recommends that the council resolves to vote against this motion, to vote for this motion, vote for this motion. I think it's pretty obvious why I'm doing this, and I don't really believe that. I think it's something we can take a decision on, and I think that's what we're here to do tonight, really. We're all around the table. So I think we should decide this tonight rather than just have it decided for us.
So is there a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Harvey. So we might discuss that one first, and then we can discuss I guess, yeah, it'll be as amended. So voting for the first one. Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a reasonable suggestion from Councillor Lohberger and Harvey. We have a very clear position on climate change and an overarching strategy which the council has endorsed, allowing new gas and oil development around Tasmania in Commonwealth waters would be contrary to our own strategic objectives as a council. And I think that these are, although Legat rightly points out that it's not for local government or state government for that matter to regulate offshore oil and gas, as we're seeing increasingly with things like the salmon industry, we've seen that federal legislation is possibly skewed to what Tasmanian perspectives are. And I think that the council's provide a great, very accessible, democratic voice of their people and of their constituents, and I don't see why councils can't be a voice in these types of debates. So thanks for bringing the change, Councillor Lohberger. I think it's a good one.
Councillor Harvey.
Lord Mayor, yeah, I also support the amendment here. City of Hobart was the first capital city in Australia to declare a climate and biodiversity emergency. We've had climate strategies for over 20 years, and I think supporting this fits in with all our existing policy strategies and our commitment to protecting the climate. So I'm very supportive of the motion tonight. The amendment, I should say.
Further discussion on this? Oh, Councillor Coates is up.
Yeah, look, you know, in one sense, this is something that Waratah Wynyard Council have obviously put their motion forward, you know, in consultation with their community because this impacts them. You know, the City of Hobart is a long way away from Bass Strait and Bass Strait oil and gas, and you know the arguments within the community around jobs, economic development versus transition fuel to net zero versus you know the installation or not of these facilities is something they can have their conversation with up there. We, you know, the recommendation was that we abstain. I think that's a good recommendation. You know, we haven't had a chance to discuss the implications of this. We haven't been able to consult sort of the Hobart community. You know, it is something that's not actually even regulated at a state level. And, you know, the Local Government Association is there to represent us as a group and deal with state government. More so, I appreciate they can also advocate to federal, but, you know, it's a bit of an awkward one for the City of Hobart to sort of try and push forward something. I think abstaining is a good suggestion from the officers. I think it is fair. I mean, you know, we're also, to be frank, in the middle of an election campaign. You know, we support this. The media release is slagging out the government. That's fine. I don't mind slagging out the government. Done a shit job. But, you know, I think at the end of the day, if we're here to advocate on behalf of our community, without having had the opportunity to go and talk to them and discuss with them, and without having had the opportunity to sort of, you know, understand this, I think in this scenario, abstaining is the appropriate course of action for us and our delegates at the LGAT meeting. So, thanks.
If any further discussion? I might just speak briefly, but I would ask a question just to start with. Was our position on this informed through advice from our Climate Futures lead?
The advice was put forward, but basically it was a practical, pragmatic decision based on the timing of when we've received this this motion, the work that was going to be involved in terms of being able to properly advise council. We didn't have time to be able to get it onto an agenda, and again, so the recommendation was as much pragmatic as it was based in research, largely because we really didn't have the time to give it its necessary attention.
Okay. I very much supporting this motion. It's a really good motion. I don't know how many of you looked at the entire motion. It's you know, a very, very detailed motion from Waratah Wynyard. And I just wanted to read out their key points of their motion, which is the extraction and use of oil and gas is a major driver of climate change. Climate change creates enormous problems for local governments of Tasmania and the communities they serve. Councils cannot directly influence the approval of oil and gas development in waters off Tasmania, but it can advocate on this issue. And advocating to LGAT and the Tasmanian and state and federal governments on this issue is consistent with Council's commitments to promote action to mitigate climate change. So I think, you know, just reading that makes it very clear that this is something that this Council, given all of the work we've done in our current climate change strategy, I would think is kind of a no-brainer that we would support that. But I did also just note that I just wanted to pick up Councillor Coates on one point he made about the Tasmanian government can't regulate it, because this is why I found this motion quite interesting, because it has got really great information in it. And it was that in March 2024, the New South Wales government became the first Australian state to take steps to end destructive offshore fossil fuel exploration and development. by legislating a ban on seabed petroleum and mineral mining in New South Wales coastal waters. The bill is designed to stop severe environmental damage that can result from offshore exploration and drilling, including oil spills and greenhouse gas emissions. So New South Wales government's already taken that lead, and I think, again, very consistent with Tasmania's brand, clean and green, 100% renewables. You know, I think it would be fantastic, actually, if the state government decided to follow the lead of the New South Wales government and make that stand. So, yeah, I'm very keen to support this and can talk about that on Wednesday if the council so desires. Councillor Coates.
Just a quick point of personal explanation, because you quoted me in, that wasn't necessarily my words, I was quoting our agenda and report, where it noted that further local or state government has no role regulating offshore oil and gas operations, and as such LGAT developing position statement will be of little no effect. So yeah, that was where I got that information from.
Okay, so just on item 1 then, we're not voting on the entire motion, we're just voting on the amendment to part 1. All those in favour of changing our vote from abstain to support Waratah Wynyard Council on their motion, say aye.
Aye.
Against, say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Kelly, Councillors Harvey, the Deputy Mayor and the Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Bloomfield.
That is carried. Okie doke. And now we'll move on to the rest of the motions. Does anyone like to propose any changes to the rest of the motions? Being none, I'll put them as a block. Actually, we'll just put the substantive motion as amended. All those in favour say aye. Against, say no. No. Show of hands. All those in favour?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates.
Okie doke. Moving on now to item number 21, which is lease arrangements for 22 Creek Road, Lena Valley. Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Any discussion on this? Any discussion or questions? None. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, say no. Carried unanimously.
Working, mate.
Okay, we're moving on now to item 22, which is the...
Fuse on. Well, it's lost power. We've lost power to our power plants.
Is that... Sorry, Mayor, just raising whether or not the mics are also down then.
See what we can do.
Yeah, mine's coming on.
I green. Yeah. I can talk. It's okay. Moment of fear from everyone. Crisis averted. Bills up.
Item 22, public meeting response to the Collins Street project. Moved by Deputy, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Any discussion on the motions?
I'm curious, has the recording of the meeting been put online? Can I ask why? Is there a reason? Because I thought public meeting, it should be online.
So the purpose of the public meeting was for people to attend the public meeting. We did, there was signage you would have seen on the way in noting that we were recording the meeting, but it was mainly for training and minute-taking purposes. We weren't proposing to put it online on account of privacy concerns.
Okay. So would those privacy concerns discount if I was to move an amendment that we put it online? What would be the response?
Look, it would be something I'd rather take on notice because I wouldn't be able to provide you enough advice to be able to give you certainty around that decision tonight.
All right, could you take it on notice?
Of course I can.
Could we please consider putting the video up online?
Okay, any further discussion on the motion?
Oh, I'd just like to support Councillor Harvey's point. We've got a number of people now saying that there was all this bad behaviour, that things happened at that meeting that I didn't personally see or don't believe were nearly as bad as have been described. These includes letters in the newspaper, social media posts and comments around this table tonight. How are the public supposed to know what did happen without seeing the footage? So I think it actually is important because it has been raised repeatedly by one side of the debate. And I think there are a lot of people at the meeting who thought that there was a fair bit of other bad behaviour that's not being spoken about. It's a very difficult issue. The only way I think to resolve it is to actually let everybody know and see for themselves what happened. So that's just my point on that.
Councillor Kelly.
Whilst I agree with some of Councillor Lohberger's comments, I don't think a one or two camera situation is going to really capture the mood of what happened there and the way this elderly lady was humiliated and all that. If we're going to use that as probably by a lot of people as a definitive response to how the meeting went and the emotion, so that didn't happen and that happened, it's getting into dangerous territory. In principle, I'm supportive of being on there for everyone to see and do it, but I think that should be also considered in the decision-making process here, that this is a really good and true and accurate reflection of the mood and the noise and some of the stuff that was happening that's been written about. It's important that that's not misrepresented.
A question, Lord, if I may.
Yes, Councillor.
Was that an amendment by Councillor Harvey or what? I just need to know, please.
I think it needs. Sorry, CEO.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. No, look, I took that as a question and that I'll investigate and come back. It wasn't an amendment because, again, we need to provide professional advice in respect to the privacy considerations.
We don't have to actually debate what was said.
No, not debate.
Okay, thank you.
I do have another question though, just with regard to the elector poll on the university. Was that broadcast by the council? Can you recall?
Definitely.
It was? So
and the height one and the cable car one.
Okay, so they've all been broadcast previously. Yeah. So that sets the precedent, I think.
Councillor Dutta.
Just a question, Lord Mayor, through you. So if, for example, someone has recorded it privately, can that be put on? Because they're two separate things. And one is a council responsibility and then the other is just a private.
Take it on.
Look, there's no privacy in a public spectacle at law, and it's a public meeting. But if somebody, that isn't still not an absolute right. So if you've privately recorded something at a public event without someone's consent and you happen to capture a minor or somebody else who has a protected attribute, like, I don't know, they're in witness protection or something, and then you publish it, a consequence will flow.
I'm feeling a bit awkward about this because the other ones were broadcast.
Sorry. Is this a question, Councillor?
Question. If the other ones were broadcast, why can't this one be broadcast?
So,
could move that consideration be given to it, and if it's all clear that it be done by the CEO. I mean, but I think he would like the opportunity to consider it before it's.
If I get the answer from
Mr. Young.
That's the reason why Mr. Stretton took it on notice, is to give the advice. I mean, those ones have occurred in the past and the public were put on notice as they walked in the door that we were live streaming. We have not done that for this meeting, so it needs to be carefully considered.
Okay, I'll allow it to be carefully considered. Yep.
So the notices were there saying, weren't they, that this was
the notices, there was notices saying we were recording, there was no notices saying we were broadcasting or that we would then subsequently publish it online.
Okay, so it could be that if we can't release the recording is illegal in itself as well.
No. So what Mr Stretton has been clear on is we're going to give you qualified advice and come back. And I just note for completeness, we did have an issue with privacy at the last meeting, so we will take it on notice and we will give you the advice.
Councillor Elliott.
Do we have a policy on public meetings? No. I think this highlights why we definitely need one, because I naively assumed that it would follow the same practices the Save UTAS one that I attended, where it was broadcast. And second question is, do we have the footage to make it available? Yes, right. I agree with the calls around the table that the meeting needs to be up online for two reasons: so people can hear the debate, but also the behaviour. I also wanted to, I think it would be great if we do develop a public meeting policy, because there were things that were, again, I naively assumed it would happen, follow more the process of the Save UTAS one. I think it was troubling the way that the speakers were restricted. I think it was only maybe 5 or 10 cumulative, and that was only I think half an hour or so of the whole meeting. I think that the time spent talking to the motions was time not well spent. The people for bike lanes didn't use their time to speak to the speakers weren't speaking to the motion at all. It was just more of the same. I think we all know how it fell on the night, and credit where credit's due. The Greens in the South Hobart certainly know how to activate. But I think it was really sad from sitting in the first row, probably 1.5 metres from the lady in the mobility scooter, and she was literally being ridiculed and laughed at by the whole meeting. And you could see in her face, and I felt mortified for her. I was going to grab the microphone myself and just tell people just to pull your heads in. It was really bad. And that was really at the pinnacle of the meeting. But I think that it was an atrocious display. And she was genuinely pretty mortified, and understandably so, where people were laughing at her. But I think that goes to show why public meetings are so important, because that lady, she was, I think, the only speaker with mobility issues that got up there, and she was saying how important parking on Collins Street is for her, because she has her once-a-week appointment at the hairdressers. People might laugh and ridicule that and think, oh, how pathetic or whatever else, but that we don't know that lady's position and how important that appointment is to her. And I think the way she was treated was just disgusting. And that small event, which was obviously really big for her, I think it's really reflective of how divided the community is on so many issues, including this one. And the division's just getting deeper and deeper and more wedged. And it's really sad to see the compromise option being thrown off the table tonight. So I think there's a lot to learn from that public meeting in terms of how it's structured. We should definitely not make assumptions around it being recorded. I think the way that the motions were bastardised was really unfair to the people that submitted them, in my opinion. There was, we heard from Ms Riedel earlier, two different people had their motions merged together. Neither was happy about it. That didn't happen at the Save UTAS campus meeting. I know, I put one of the motions in. It's just really unfair to have these inconsistent processes, and it just raised the suspicion amongst people that there's scheming going on. I think I actually would move an amendment based on this, because no one really knows the rules of public meetings. Can I move an amendment that we develop a public meeting policy, please?
Second by Alderman Zurko. If there's any discussion on it.
Yes, I think that's an excellent idea. Firstly, I'd like to say too that congratulations. It's a complex thing to organise a meeting like that, and I fully get it. It's high octane emotion. I thought the set out was really well done. I fully understand how much work goes behind the scenes in these activities. One small thing can go wrong and council can look like total fools, but the general administration of it I thought was bloody well done, and bonus points for the flower display across the front there. That was a nice touch as well. But yeah, I think we should really learn from just little things, nuanced things as to timings, how long people can speak and not speak and all that, and have a good template that, bang, someone like Wes doesn't have to start from scratch, tabling a whole format and how long people speak for and all that. Just a short, quick comment I'll make is about the speakers is, I think that more people speaking less time would have been far better. Just hit a more broader sort of viewpoint. But all in all, is very well done. But definitely need to learn from the mistakes that were made and have this rock-solid policy.
Councillor Harvey.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Yeah, look, I'll support the amendment. I think we should have a policy. And that would make the rules even more clear, potentially, because there was a number of speakers who challenged the rules. There was a number of speakers who kept speaking when their time was up. And I felt embarrassed at some points that people weren't obeying the rules of the meeting. There were some insults thrown around that I felt were pretty rude. The disparaging remarks towards the South Hobart residents, the really disparaging remarks against cyclists, the disparaging remarks about, what was it? Russian imperialist Russia running the council. That was really weird. It was really strange. It was uncalled for. It was undisciplined. So there was a shambolic element to one side of the debate. And had there been more discipline and preparation on their behalf, it might have been a better debate. But if we were scoring debates and Roger Viney was online and he was adjudicating the debate, I think there was a clear winner in the debate. There was also a clear winner with people on the night. And a lot of the interjection was in response to some of the absurd remarks that were being made. And they were quite, honestly, there were some really strange things said. And I've had some feedback from a number of people. I won't repeat the things that they've said to me, but it was disappointing how some people behaved in their contributions to the debate. Now, I think that could have been alleviated had they have known the rules and had they had more discipline and had they have organised themselves better to represent certain views each, rather than all just having rambling raves about how bad everything is and how bad the council is and how bad the bike lanes are and how bad South Hobart residents are, and that they're an elite group of people that live in South Hobart. It was really some uncalled for comments, and that was unfortunate, and that really lowered the tone of the debate for me.
Okay, speaking on the amendment, Councillor Alderman Bloomfield.
I am grateful for the policy because, listening to the argument today, it's funny, all the times I call out behaviour I don't like, none of you have ever turned around that I can remember. And when you don't like something one of us speaks to, none of you turn around and outright laugh at us. None of you have ever done that. And that's actually not a bad thing, because remember who was speaking on this night. We are talking about individuals who probably didn't have a lot of opportunity to do public speaking, and talking to 1,000 people is enormous. To have 1,000 people laugh at you because you dared to have a point of view that they didn't like is probably one of the most horrendous experiences I can imagine. So those types of things I think are really important to remember. So things like a policy is great. Equally too, it means that we can be a little bit more vigilant in ensuring things like equal opportunity and ensuring that we actually account for our people with disability appropriately, fairly and respectfully would be a good thing. The whole point of this room was, at that moment, was to discuss a very difficult and very passionate topic, and people, of course, were going to be angry. But to laugh was just appalling. To start stamping your feet because you've decided that you want to change what's going on in the room is not up to you, that's up to the adjudicator. So there were a lot of things that I felt were really uncalled for, and yes, there were name calling, there were other things that also should not have been there. But I also feel too that when people go to this meeting, and there were quite a number who were actually quite frightened to go, myself personally, I was not particularly enthusiastic about attending because I was really quite concerned that it might be more than just laughing and just all the other hideous behaviour. What if people decided to go a little bit further? What was I going to do about it? What about the people who are aged, and there was quite a lot of those people there? What were they going to do about it if someone decided to get a little bit more physical? What were they going to do?
Point of order, Lord Mayor. We can't... The point of order is that she's accusing a cohort of this society of physical threats towards people. It didn't happen. It's a lie. It's a lie.
So you can address that in your own your own intervention, but I don't think it's a point of order. It's it was at a fairly general level.
I was saying, what if? What would we do if?
Just continue, please.
All road bikes?
Just no.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Can the Alderman speak?
I've already asked her.
Yeah, but we got interjection.
Yeah, no interjections, please. I've made the ruling on the point of order.
I didn't suggest at any time that anyone had made any physical altercation. I am asking what would happen if it did. Because did we actually have staff and police or anyone else there to actually attend to this particular issue? And we were concerned, to the point where I actually did a social media saying that if you were concerned, please come and I'll walk with you. And a lot of people still failed to turn up because they were concerned. Did you note that I don't think there were very many small business people speaking, simply because they felt that it was going to be too much of an issue for them to accommodate because they were concerned. We need to create a safe environment to actually be able to hold these meetings, and that is created by policy. Good, strong policy with protocols that everyone understands and comes to the meeting understanding. That was my point. Thank you.
Okay, this is on the amendment to have a policy.
Lord Mayor, I support the public meeting policy. I think that is the amendment that we should speak on. I will speak to the substantial motion later. So I support, we don't have a public policy. I support that we do accept this amendment. Thank you.
Lord Mayor.
Alderman Zuko?
Yeah, Lord Mayor, I actually support a policy, and I think it's the right way to go. But if anyone wants to stand up and just say that only one side of the coin are to blame for the farcical happenings on the night, there's both sides of the coin. So let's not be just on a one-sided debate. I sat there and watched it all. Both sides, to my point of view, acted inappropriately. And the worst part I felt was when a lady in a mobility scooter was trying to speak, irrespective of anything. That was the time I nearly got up and shouted at everyone on the basis that could be my mother, my grandmother, irrespective of opinions on one side or another. That is the only time I really felt like getting up and absolutely shouting my head off. That was inappropriate. You do not do that to a person who has a disability, and we should show some more respect to people in the elder community, irrespective of what they're trying to say. And what really got me was not just people shouting, was some people started stomping their feet. And I thought, am I at the football? And that was, to my point of view, irrespective of which side won, which side lost, because there was both sides of the coin who were doing things inappropriately, but that one there really got me. And we need a policy, and we need a very defined policy to ensure that when we come in here like tonight, I know I'm talking about what Councillor Harvey is saying. If we're going to put something on public display, it's got to be on public display where people know they're going to this meeting where they could be videoed and go on public display. Now, if that was the case, I would have got up and supported Councillor Harvey on his point. But we have to take advice on it. And I know myself, if I'm walking into a meeting and I full well know that I'm going to be videoed, I accept it. But if I'm going to a meeting, right, media is different to my point of view. If I'm going to a meeting and the Hobart City Council got their cameras there, to my point of view, I should know whether or not that is going to be made public. So I'm answering that one as well. So let's not kid ourselves, please. Both sides of the coin, both sides of that meeting. I've got to say to you, it was actually at times appalling on both sides. But that lady did not deserve that, and I honestly believe we should apologise, but it's not up to me to push that barrier.
Councillor Posselt, this is on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I will keep it to the amendment, unlike my colleagues. A policy, we have very strong governance policies for how we run our meetings in this chamber. Last time I checked, there has been a bucket load of bad behaviour, including code of conduct, in this chamber. Policies do not set behaviour. Behaviour is organic, it is responsive, and in a room of 1,000 members of the public, if someone says something a bit funny or someone says something a bit silly, they may be laughed at. Equally, if there is a group of passionate people and they stomp their feet because they're overwhelmed with being together, with supporting their team at the football or supporting their cause at a bike lane meeting, and they stomp their feet, no policy is governing that. A policy is a good idea, I support the policy, but the policy will set forward a meeting structure. That's it. So this is how we run public meetings. It's not going to control if somebody wants to get up and say, I deserve that car park out the front of my hairdresser every week so I can get my hair cut, and people respond in a certain way. No policy covers that. The Local Government Act covers us broadly, and yet we still see pretty terrible behaviour from time to time in this chamber. So how about we try and keep it to the actual amendment, people?
Ask a question, please.
Yes, Councillor Elliott.
Could a prospective policy include principles like the chair is to call the meeting to order if there's jeering or laughing or stamping of feet? Yeah, exactly. So it can, Councillor Purcell. Another question through you, Chair. Could the policy, or can the policy, include guidance on elected members voting at public meetings, because the majority of us refrained from voting, but then there's photos of Councillor Purcell voting. So can we get some clarity on elected members' roles in voting, because most of us refrained except for one or two.
Excuse me, Lord Mayor.
Please, the questions.
Can we get the answers as we go? Because I've got some interjections from Councillor Kelly.
Okay.
No, this was for the policy.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of this can be answered in the policy process. So I'm just asking everyone to be a bit mindful of the time and how much you want to prosecute this policy now, or whether we just do that when we come to it. But I'll ask Mr Young to see if he can answer that particular question.
So, regards elected members participating in public meetings, I did give you some written advice, Councillor Elliott, earlier in the week.
My question was only, can it be included in the policy, please?
Yes, the advice I gave you can be reflected in the draft policy.
Thank you.
Councillor Posselt.
What was the advice you gave to Councillor Elliott?
That councillors, as a member of the public, can participate in a public meeting, provided that if there is subsequently any work for the council to do in making a decision off the back of of a public meeting, that they can show they are bringing an open mind to the debate and their vote. Then they would not have a non-pecuniary conflict under the code.
Okay. Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, let's just stay focused.
Sorry, just with regards to the amendment, I support it. I think it's a really good idea. I would like to note and just respond to some of the comments that were made around the table just about the chair. I think the chair actually did an amazing job. I think he, with great intention, because intention is important, tried to mediate a lot of the issues that were going on that night from both sides, as Alderman Zuka has rightly pointed out. And I think that there was certain behaviours on that night as well that I think many of us would say were really quite inappropriate, and to use Councillor Elliott's words, really disgusting and not nice. For example, when a paramedic, I think it was, got up to talk about the things and the accidents that he sees and the responses as a result of that. And I was sitting right there listening to him, and he kind of actually seemed really quite emotional when he was telling his stories of his experiences. And that had really not nice responses from people who were not supportive of his position. I had, after the meeting, a member of the public who came up to my elderly father, who is also elderly in many ways, and in his face started to abuse him, who was not supportive of bike lanes and behaved in that way. It was horrific, it was disgusting, it was inappropriate and uncalled for. But we are talking about conduct of people and these particular behaviours. And behaviours in that sense, you either react or you respond. And a lot of those seemed like to be a reaction. So yes, we can talk about what we saw on the videos, but there was also a lot of other stuff that happened after it, of people being really quite horrible to other people who were elderly. When you call people imperial Russians or extremists, you say a whole bunch of 7 people are the cabal. That's disgusting. That's horrific. That's horrible. And we can't subjectively go, okay, well, this is really bad behaviour and this one is all on the continuum, it's okay behaviour. So, you know, for me, even people trying to break procedures within the meeting itself, and the chair was trying to say, look, no, you can't speak, no, you can't speak, and then we allowed someone else to speak, and we gave that person another opportunity. Someone else could say, well, nobody else was given that other opportunity, but the chair just did so well in that particular situation to try and mediate and be in control of behaviours he has no control over. So I welcome this policy, but I think and doing it. But I think what we have to realise is there was lots of grossness, and grossness, I mean yuck, behaviour at that place, and for me as well, there was a lot of people who said to me, look, I really want to come to the public meeting. My children ride bikes. I want to ride them down and go to the public meeting. I don't want to go because I remember the last time what happened at the business meeting wasn't very nice. Right?
It was horrible.
Yeah. I felt really threatened, and I don't want to bring my kids into that environment.
It's true.
I know it's getting late, but if everyone can just focus and let the speaker speak without side chats, that would be really good.
So, you know, I think from both perspectives, yeah, people wanted to bring different people along to that and really felt like that they couldn't. Even after it, I spoke to people who were there who were actually pro-bike lane. They were like, I felt really scared to come, but I came anyway. But, you know, both things were happening in that space. And people who came to a meeting that they didn't even call for. It was called for from some other perspective, and a lot of people came from a different perspective, and that's okay too. But we have to understand that, you know, people are in control of their own behaviours. So yes, this policy I think would be really good, and those particular procedures, which I think on the night also tried to be handled by the chair, but maybe we could be a little bit more specific in various different ways, and I welcome the policy. Thank you.
I move that we put the amendment.
Thank you. Yeah.
So it's procedural. Motion the amendment be put. All those in favour of the amendment say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Any further discussion on the motion now as amended? Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, it's been really interesting sitting here and listening to all of this. A cyclist on the way out of that meeting, somebody said to them, you better watch out on the way home because I'm in the mood to hit a cyclist.
Wow.
So these kind of conversations that we're hearing, there was all sorts of things happening in that room that can't be captured on film. Having said that, I really admire the Deputy's comments tonight. This is a people problem. This is not a council problem. The meeting was conducted absolutely professionally. The Chair did a wonderful job. The staff did an absolutely wonderful job. It was an amazing setup. It went very well. I'm very supportive of a policy. I think something that we need to consider in terms of what actually caused some of these behaviours on the night is that a public meeting will always be about a divisive issue. But I think if we look back on history, the format of these meetings are so outdated. I mean, what is going to create emotions within the audience more than 3 minutes of one side and a 3-minute response, and 3 minutes of one side and a 3 minutes response? It turns it into a game show. So I think the only way that we can help with these things is to have a look at the format, consider what kind of behaviour that this incites from the people that are coming along to the meeting, and then do what we've always done, which is chair it well and follow the rules. And it's very clear that some people followed the rules and some people did not follow the rules. And where the rules were amended, it was for a very specific reason. So calling rigged and calling shame and calling stacked was highly inappropriate in that setting and did no favours. So I think we should all be really thankful to the people who organised this meeting. I think there can be no question that the outcome was very clear despite the poor behaviour from both sides at different points throughout the meeting. And we all need to learn from that, develop a strong policy and try a meeting format which doesn't incite human behaviour to rise to an unfortunate height that is disrespectful, threatening to some people and doesn't reflect on our community well at all.
Councillor Coates.
Thank you. On the substantive item as amended, obviously the recommendation reflects the results of the meeting, plus also the new amendment around the policy, which I do support for all the reasons that people have listed in the debate. I did have a question, however. So we obviously engaged Mr. Stedman to chair the meeting. Is that engagement also provide a summary report, a feedback, a sort of an independent?
No.
And the other question was, I mean, the motion before us now reflects obviously the 1 and 2, which is the outcomes of the public meeting, but our council officers, if you like, think of it like a project. Were they compiling a report to come back? You know, the meeting went, like a summary of the meeting, outputs, learnings for next time, all those sort of activities?
We can certainly do that now, given that we're doing a policy, but we're certainly engaged with all of the neighbouring councils who have more recent experience than us in running public meetings in terms of informing our own, and as well as our own previous experience, but we can certainly do that, Councillor.
Cool. Yeah, no, I just think it's I echo the comments from Councillor Kelly, which is at the end of the day, this was a lot of work, a lot of hard work, and sometimes one or two things can go wrong, which reflect badly, but overall, you know, it is a substantial amount of work for the officers, and you know, nothing's ever perfect, but I think by all accounts, you know, at the end of the day, the council was tasked with holding a public meeting, and a public meeting was held. Thanks.
Further discussion, Councillor Kelly.
Look, there's nothing like a good old town hall debate, I don't think. You know, it is high octane emotion.
I think you've spoken, Councillor. Was that on the amendment?
Yeah. Okay. Anything can happen. Look, we can sit here all night saying what one side said and the other, and yeah, it's never going to be perfect, I know, but I think some tightening up of some of the rules here will make a bit of a difference. But yeah, so far as a better structure, I really don't know how you can not but just have one mob say something and another. You know, sure, it'd be tailored around, but they're good to have, and it's good to see this is democracy at work at the very crucible of decision making and all that. So once again, well done to Wes and the other organisers of it, because it's a hard thing to pull off, but we should learn a lot from it. Thanks.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. A number of reflections after listening to the comments around the table tonight. Firstly, the meeting was very well run. The officers put in a great deal of work. There was a great staff photo at a time where, you know, we could see just how many staff were at the meeting in case the votes were close. Fortunately for everybody, they weren't. They weren't even close to close. They were a landslide towards the pro-bike lane group.
Can I just ask there not be interjections from around? Just let your colleagues speak.
Now, the irony of the calls from some around this table that the meeting was stacked. The meeting was called by the people who didn't want the bike lanes. They've had ads in the paper, they've had Facebook sponsorship, they've had money from one of Tasmania's richest men, I can say that because it was done in a public setting, donated to their cause, and they still couldn't stack the meeting. They didn't even come close to stacking it. I don't know how people who are passionate about riding their bikes or, I don't know, modern urban design...
I mean, point of order, look, man, it is offensive to individuals to accuse them of stacking a meeting.
Yes, exactly. That's the point.
But here's accuse them of stacking, even if it was money and adds to stacking.
No, I said they couldn't stack it, even if they had tried. They didn't manage it. So I don't know how, like, you know, a group of people who are just want to see modern urban design that every other city is doing in the world, look at Paris, and believe in moving this city forward, are the enemy. And we heard some things tonight, some people saying they felt threatened by going to the meeting, some people saying you should never be yelled at. My goodness, you should try riding a bicycle in this town, because I can't go anywhere without being threatened and yelled at. I've ridden down Collins Street with my 5-year-old. bold, because there's no protected bike lanes. Soon that will change, all right? But riding down Collins Street with a 5-year-old, I was abused and told to get off the road. And as the only councillor here tonight, nay, probably the only person bar one in the community to be hit by a car on Collins Street this week, I can assure you that the threat to our lives is real. Unlike this perceived threat of bike lane people might come and do something physical, I tell you what.
What relevance has this got to do with the notion of this debate?
It's part of Councillor Posselt's debate. It's not a point of order. Please continue, Councillor Posselt.
Having been hit by a car this week on Collins Street and it escorted my good friend in an ambulance to the Royal, and having to make a police report saying, actually, I think the police should consider whether or not this was targeted because it was me. And as the only person that was named, whose name was used in the public meeting as being, the origins of all evils relating to bikes, I think I'm in a position to say that what we've heard about the other side, being the people who supported bike lanes, are lies. They are lies, and I have small children, as you all know, and I have seen tantrums, and this is as good as they get. They lost a vote, they can't get over it. Here we are with absolute lies being spread around this table, lies being spread in the community. Bring on the recording.
Point of order. I've just been called a liar. No, he said around this table.
I did hear that. Councillor
around
Posselt,
this table.
I understand. Councillor Posselt, can I ask you to withdraw the comment that people around this table
I can withdraw.
are lying?
I can withdraw, Lord Mayor, and apologise.
I accept your apology.
It wasn't directed at you.
Well, I'm one of the
it was
people
more
around
general,
the table.
but still, I think it's going a bit too far.
There has been misinformation spread by elected members about what happened that night, and it's not good enough. And as cyclists leaving were overjoyed to have protected lanes, they were also scared of the retribution. And I've had many reports of people riding on Collins Street that feel that the environment is actually more hostile than it's ever been, and that they are being targeted by angry people who didn't get their way. And I'd ask my colleagues, elected members around this table, do you want the death of a cyclist on your hands? Because if you continue misinformation and rhetoric...
Point of order, Lord Mayor. I have just been accused that I could be
I don't think you're being
associated with the death of a cyclist.
No. Okay.
Someone just said, do I want a death of a cyclist on my hands?
You don't need to keep making the point with a point of order. Councillor Posselt, I understand your concerns, but can I just ask that you dial down the temperature a bit, please, because I think you are getting to the point of creating offensive accusations that...
Not accusations, Lord Mayor. Simply stating that the rhetoric that is being conducted in the public domain is putting the lives of people at risk. We have seen people prosecuted in this country for social media commentary that has been negative to bicycle riders, and the perpetrator of those comments have subsequently gone on to hit and kill cyclists. This is a real thing. People think social media is a toy. It has serious consequences, and in this case I'm asking elected members to consider the potential consequences of their actions, and I don't think that's unreasonable when the lives of our community are at risk.
Alderman Bloomfield.
Talk about lives of the community. The suicide rate of small business owners who fail is quite high. It was incredibly high during COVID. So high that I spent, $10,000 of my own money to set up the Confederation of Greater Hobart Business in order to keep those small business operators functional and understanding the poverty and the difficulty they suffered at that time, they were not alone and they would survive. So don't talk to me about the impact of small business not actually killing people, because it certainly does. It concerns me a great deal that we are now using small business owners in this area as guinea pigs. We're going to reduce their accessibility. We're going to watch and count how many people lose their jobs, how much income can't now pay mortgages and the rest of it. That's the impact that we have now doled out. And that actually makes me quite angry, and I have put my money where my mouth is, and I have acted extremely strongly over many years to make sure that small businesses get a fair go. And if that somehow magically means that social media and me having a say somehow means that, I'm now responsible for a cyclist, outrageous and stupid. And I'm really tired of rhetoric being thrown at myself, at small business owners, when all I want is the opportunity for these people to quietly live their lives in a quiet and peaceful environment on a street that, frankly, is one of the safest in Hobart.
Alderman Zuko.
Mayor, I spoke about the amendment because I thought it was a good idea to have a policy to make sure that we went in any future meetings. We went down the track of a better meeting process. I've been sitting back listening to this debate, and
Alderman Zuko, can I just pick you up? I think you actually spoke before the amendment.
No, I spoke to the amendment. Okay. I just want to make a point, Lord Mayor. I'm absolutely just baffled that we're going on about this. Look, when I spoke about the amendment, it was about a specific thing to make it better. All I've listened to thus far is a toing and froing on who's right, who's wrong, and whatever have you. And you know what? All we're here to do is receive and note the 2 points. Can we just receive and note them without us grandstanding? I'm sorry. If I'm out of order for calling grandstanding, I'm sorry. That's all I want to say, Lord Mayor, because all we need to do is receive and note these. We added to it for the benefit.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise up to say the same thing. In fact, number 1 simply says receive and note that motion 2, as I understand, was the only one that was contained and it went through. From my understanding, I may be totally wrong, but that's what I understand, that it's motion 2 that it was carried. And that was the only motion that was carried. And then number 2 simply says, again, we note and receive that the other 3 motions were lost. So I am quite happy to stick to that and speak to it, and that's it. And all the other things that goes on, I understand that there are reasons for saying that. I have no problem. But for us is simply to say, let's do that and do that. And number 3, which is a policy, and this is where I would say that yes, we need a policy. It will be the processes and procedures. But as people have already mentioned, we can have policies. We have a Bible, which is, the book that I used for many years as a minister of a church. What I preached and what I practiced were 2 different things. My members in the congregation were the same. And it's the same everywhere. We have these religious books, fantastic. But come to practicing it, it is another story. And somebody's already mentioned here, we have these rules and regulations. And when 1,000 people come together, the situation in that context with divided opinions, with demarcated positions, it's a different story. And I think the staff did their best. They put the rules out there, and it's not easy to control. So I compliment them, and I think it was a fantastic job. Secondly, even the chair, who was ruled and booed, tried his best to do the right thing. So all what I'm saying, I agree, we accept this. Motion 2. In fact, I can talk about it to say, yes, if that is the case, then we should go back to the 6th September resolution, because that's what it was passed. But here, we looked at it differently. We said we'd compromise and not go down that path. So I move and support the motion that we receive and note it, and the policy is important, but the policy is one thing and practicing is another. Thank you.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be quick. Thank you, Lord Mayor, through you. I just wanted to say that motion 2 was just that we adopt the fact that council, as a majority, approved the bike lane, the tactical bike lane, and going ahead with it, which I think was probably a really great outcome for a lot of people there. I do receive and note this. I thank all of the elected members around the room for their comments. I feel your passion and your grievances as well, Councillor Posselt, I understand and I hope that you are okay and that your child is okay as well. And I want to thank the staff. It really was a mammoth task to fulfil, and you did it outstandingly. And I do think that there was security there on the night as well. There was lots of security that I saw around everywhere, all in black, and then our staff were in the yellow jackets, I think it was. So thank you for that. And it was a beautiful scenery to sit in front of as well, just looking up at you, and I could feel that you all tried your best as well. So thank you so much for doing that and for giving the public this opportunity to be able to come out and actually have a public meeting. It's only in these beautiful contexts of a democratic country that we're able to do this. So thank you so much for facilitating that.
Any further discussion? I might just say briefly that, I would like to thank the staff on what was a very well-run meeting. It wasn't actually 1,000 people in the end, it was 540, but that's still a very big group, a very large group and a very diverse range of views. Look, I think there's been a lot of focus on the laughing of the elderly lady, which was a very unfortunate situation that happened. It came very much from a crowd, and I think sometimes crowds can be unpredictable. However, I think what didn't come from a crowd were some of the contributions from community leaders, and the language that was used by some of the speakers was really inappropriate. It was divisive. It did aim to demonise, and it seemed to demonise people who lived in a particular part of Hobart or travelled in a particular type of way. And it's been really sad to see a small number of community leaders since the meeting tried to characterise the meeting, using things like green tribes. The suggestion that it was stacked and that the people that were pro-bike lane are somehow not really normal people because they were sort of organised and stacked, whereas other people weren't. I mean, this and that people were extremists and selfish and elites and delusional. I mean, this kind of language about our meeting that we hosted of the entire community, of the diversity of our community, that is incredibly inappropriate. And I know there is a trend in politics around the world to this kind of demonising and creating a sense of the other. But I really don't think these tactics belong in Hobart. And I, for one, felt very proud that we hosted a meeting that was largely respectful. And it's just a bit sad to see the way some people have described it since then. Thank you. All those in favour of the motion say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Number 23 is the EV charging policy, a motion moved by Councillor Sherlock and Councillor Posselt.
Thanks very much, Lord Mayor. Sorry, I'm just going to have to use Councillor Harlan's computer.
No charge. Get it? No charge?
Oh, no charge, yeah. Sorry. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Yes, as you know, the motion is there just with regards to the EV charging policy. According to, just for a brief overview, according to the Tas Network's fact sheet on electric vehicles and network tariffs, during the 2024 to 29 regulatory period or control period, it indicated that the rate of EV uptake will increase and further accelerate beyond 2029. The rest of our rationale behind it is there, and I'd like to thank Councillor Posselt for joining me and also being sort of the catalyst, I suppose, behind this particular motion at the Transport a committee that was there in March, the City Transport Committee, where it was discussed that EV suggested that Hobartians with out off-street parking or who are tenants in apartments were increasingly limited in their options to charge EVs at home. I understand that there is a policy being developed and that when we're talking about things like the BEV numbers and how they only refer to battery electric vehicles, that may potentially also be discussed in terms of how to include hybrids as part of the data that we're talking about. And there is also that issue of the weight when we're talking about EVs, of course, and how that can be considered in the policy, and also talking about transport funding and how that is, of course, a complex issue, and how the city, as part of their policy development, need to be strategic and creative to plan, fund and deliver transport projects that keep people moving. Essentially, at the end of the day, we're asking for those four things, and of course, I've had some commentary just around. It would be really great if the City of Hobart actually publicised their various different charge options for EVs, so that's been included as well, and hopefully for this to actually go to be an update provided to the Transport Committee, but importantly to be able to collaborate internally as well as externally, perhaps with TAS networks, for example, to be able to work towards developing a robust and holistic and inclusive EV charging policy. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councillor Coates?
Yeah, look, it's a very interesting motion that's been brought here. I just think it's a little bit of a horse before cart. I mean, the part A, when you're noting that obviously this is part of a strategy, and you have a strategy, you believe a strategy, you then have your actions and policies and stuff, and obviously in the discussion point on the administrative response, it notes Section 5, officers are currently working to develop this policy. I just feel like this has been brought here for us to make a decision, which ultimately is to publicise on the webpage what safe options are available. My problem is like, we should have council. We've set the strategy. Council officers now going off and doing that strategy, which is fine. They should be working and providing an update to the Transport Committee and getting feedback from the Transport Committee. That's what it's there for. Once you've got the feedback from the Transport Committee, once you've got the collaboration with the officers, they come up with a list of recommendations and actions and stuff, and that's when we get briefed and it comes up to us. But really, this motion is about us deciding now what to publish on the council webpage. But we don't have all that background information. We haven't got the document that outlines what the policy is, how we're going to enact it. There's a lot of information that sits on our webpage, and there's only so much that we can sort of do. And it also just creates then another thing that needs to be updated. We don't even know, is that the best spot to put it? How many people legitimately Google, are we going to put money into SEO advertising to support it? When I think of, I need to know where to charge my EV in Hobart, I know, I'll go to the council website. I just wonder if there's better ways of ultimately getting that information out there. And so look, it's one of those things I don't really have an issue with the intent of this motion as I read it, but I think that it's a slightly bizarre one to come before us now, and the only action that we're being asked to vote on is something that I think we shouldn't be doing unless we know that that's the approved and recommended strategy, having consulted with the staff, having consulted with the Transport Committee and having had that input and advice. It may well be that we're better off, rather than updating our own website, collaborating with the RACT, collaborating with EV companies, collaborating with the state government Department of Transport. I mean, we put ours up at what monitors Hobart, but people want to know, where do I charge if I'm travelling to the East Coast? So, look, I think that the motion's fine. Section B, I can't support. Because of that, I can't vote for the whole thing unless it's split up. But again, I'd love to see this in 2 months' time, when the Transport Committee has had a chance to review it, when, as it talks about in the administrative response on number 5, when the officers have had an opportunity to work on this policy and have it brought up. And, these things sometimes need to percolate amongst the officers and amongst influencers, amongst stakeholders, and then ultimately a strategy and a policy comes up to us for final endorsement. This sort of seems to be that work is still happening or hasn't finished yet, but we're being asked to push recommendations down. you know, it's a slightly odd approach. You know, sometimes there's reasons why things need to come to council because of urgency, because of, you know, external parties have got timeframes and decisions need to be made or recommendations. I just don't see that in this scenario, although obviously EV vehicles are on the rise, and so ultimately I can't find myself supporting the motion as it is now.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to rise very quickly and make my contribution. I think this is a good motion. I think it fits in quite well with our recently updated climate change policy, and I see no real problem with voting against it, and unless there's any objections from around the table, I'd ask that it be put.
That's a procedural motion, that the motion be put. So we are voting on the actual motion now without any further discussion. So I'll put the motion on EV charging policy. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no.
Aye.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Kelly, your hands down. Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Lord Mayor.
And against?
Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield and Councillor Kelly.
Okay, so that's carried. That motion's carried. We'll now move on to our next motion, which is item 24, Cornelian Bay water quality. Invite Councillor Posselt or Deputy Lord Mayor to move the motion. Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a pleasure to rise this evening to bring a positive contribution to the City and the Council. And I thank Deputy Lord Mayor Dr. Zelinda Sherlock for her work with me on this matter, and also would just like to reflect on Councillor Lohberger's interest in it and yourself, Lord Mayor, having toured Cornelian Bay recently to have a chat about the water quality at Cornelian Bay. I think it's important to recognise, as the background states, that water quality around this state is currently under the microscope. There's quite a lot of interest, broad interest, about how we look after and manage our waterways. And I know Councillor Kelly has been passionate in this space about clean water as well, with the Clean Water Project, Good Water Project. Safe Water Project, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Kelly. Safe Water Project. Regardless of any longer-term goals to return swimming or the potential, unpleasant nature of sediment as it currently stands at Cornelian Bay, I think returning waterways to a healthy standard which is free from pollutions, free from pollutants, and remediated from historical mistakes is a good thing. Cornelian Bay is one of the few places that we manage as a council that has a beachfront where you can't swim. And it's also the northernmost beach where you can't swim as well. So if we were at some stage to provide swimming of some sort at Cornelian Bay, it would provide the northernmost swimming for the entire northern catchment. That means the Brighton municipality and the Glenorchy municipality benefit from the work that we do, not to mention the proximity of Cornelian Bay to transport links, the intercity cycleway, future rapid bus networks, future H-Trams projects as well. So this motion is really simple. It's not talking about putting sand there or any large-scale projects. All this report does is ask that we implement a water quality monitoring program, which was in place about 20 years ago, and that we get a report from experts about how to remediate the bay to a swimming standard. Now, that report could come back unfavourable or very expensive or unfeasible, and that's fine. But I do think that as a council, we should be aspiring to provide access to the water no matter your postcode. That's the key message here. Access to the water no matter your postcode. If you live at Queen's Walk, Homes Tasmania development, wouldn't it be wonderful to be a disadvantaged person and be able to walk down and go for a swim right there at your beach, at your local beach? We know the health benefits and community benefits of cold water swimming are strong. And we also know historically that pre-industrial activity It was a place of recreation and of swimming, and we've had some media coverage over the last couple of days on this matter, and many in the community have come out and reflected on their time as a young person through the 30s, 40s, 50s swimming at Cornelian Bay. So I think restoring the ecosystem to what it once was, prior to sand mining, prior to industrial activity upstream, and prior to enterococci stormwater runoff destroying the area. If we can get back to there, then we can have a look at swimming a little bit down the track. But let's restore the ecosystem, let's monitor the water quality, and let's hear what our officers have to say about remediating the bay to what it once was. I'd encourage you all to consider it at the community benefit level, not who's behind the motion.
Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Through you, Lord Mayor, to whomever, I suspect the movers of the motion.
Seconder of the motion was Deputy, yeah.
Yeah. I just curious if this has been submitted or spoken to the biodiversity and what's it called now, the new committee that looks after these matters.
Councillor Postel, do you want to answer that?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. To answer your question, Councillor Coates, that committee has not formed yet. However, this motion was with the CEO from early February and has been workshopped extensively with our expert staff. And as the response notes, the staff are comfortable with where it's at.
Councillor Coates.
Look, yeah, I guess this is another one of those areas where, and I appreciate the opportunity hasn't come yet to have a committee look at it, but when we seek these sort of community feedback groups to discuss projects and programs, this is a classic one where I think it potentially could benefit. On the face of it, I think it's a good idea. I'm not professing any expertise, knowledge, and if memory serves, I think a former senior officer of Hobart Council is working with the Derwent Estuary program, so no doubt there's a lot of expertise there. But it would be even with the master plan and with the report, I think it would be a great opportunity for the public and the representatives in that committee to have a chance to go over it. So look, I look forward, if it's successful, to the response coming back.
Councillor Lohberger was up first.
Thank you, Chair. This is an interesting motion. I am supportive of it, but I am very doubtful that we can ever return Cornelian Bay to a state where anyone would actually want to swim in it. I feel that the quality of the stormwater running into the bay is not the cause of the problems. The cause of the problems is some significant changes due to infilling in Newtown Bay, large amounts of sediment being deposited by the Boyer pulp mill over decades, and of course the damming of the Derwent in multiple points, which reduces the flood peaks. I just don't think we'll be able to get it back, but I'm quite happy to support the motion. We'll have a look. There's nothing wrong with getting a report done. But yes, I would just want to make a suggestion. I do believe, actually, I might ask a question, Lord Mayor. When Derwent Estuary program does sampling, is that actually done by our staff for them?
I believe so. I think there's a reciprocal arrangement between councils in the program.
So there's a specific issue at Cornelian Bay with silt. So there was a big issue with the testers walking out. I think that's why we don't test anymore. The tester would walk out, get their boot stuck in silt, and if anyone's ever walked in dams that are muddy, your boot gets sucked off your foot. And when they were taking those tests, the water quality was dreadful. And it's theorised that it was because they themselves were kicking up the silt, because there has been some water-based testing off boats where the water quality is actually quite good, surprisingly good. So I just wanted to make a suggestion. I really don't think I need to go through an amendment process here. I think we should investigate using a drone to do those tests. Hydro already does it. We tested a number of sites. That particular site, it would obviously alleviate all the OH&S issues. And I do think it's a really good idea for testing in the future. But yes, I do think this is a motion that I will be supporting, despite the fact that I suspect a bit too much mayo was put on the swimming aspect of it by some of the people in the media. But that's not Councillor Postel's fault or the Deputy Lord Mayor's. That's just people in Hobart getting excited about the possibility that maybe we could swim there, which would be lovely if we could. I just really doubt it. So happy to support the motion, and yes, I'd very much like to see the staff think about using some alternative measures to do the testing. Thank you.
Kelly?
Look, this is a noble motion. Look, if you'd hop on a boat and just come down from Bowen Bridge, you'd quickly pass Prince of Wales Bay, which has got some super heavy industry in there. Incat, that spills a lot of stuff out in there as well. You come down to the zinc works. You then come round the corner into Newtown Bay. You've got the biggest oil fuel storage in Tasmania. You've got a sewage works, which is soon to have on top of that the biggest sewage works in Tasmania. You just keep coming around the corner, you've got nearly 100,000 corpses in a state of decomposition immediately above the water as well. And that's just to name a few of the things that are adding to the whole toxic soup that is Cornelian Bay. I used to swim there in the 60s. It was like a mini Bondi Beach when I was growing up, and the sand wasn't quite bad despite stuff that happened prior to that. But since then, it's the sludge effect. That mud is black, the sand is black, and there's sediment problems, and it's known big sediment issues around there. And look, I'm extremely concerned about water above Breneston and below. Once again, as I said, look, it's a noble gesture. I just think this is a way, we're lifting the lid off a can of worms here. I'm going to support this, because it's a very minor cost. It's a step in the right direction, but as long as we're aware that this is just a mega project to even consider getting into the state where you can go swimming in the bay. And that's not I meant to add too the dirty big stormwater pipe that goes pretty much unfiltered into the river there too. I do note too that the Selfs Bay precinct plan, which highlights the incredible potential of this area here as a marina where the rowing sheds are and all that. Unfortunately, we blew that by allowing Taswater to put the biggest sewage works in the state on that point there now, on that old wetlands area. Unfortunately, I think we've made a very bad decision in this whole precinct. Getting to a state, at least what Councillor Posselt is proposed. As I said, I think it's a very noble gesture. No one would love to see that area activated back to its former glory more than myself, but look, I will support this motion in that instance, but very aware of the huge issues this bay has, and we as a council probably could have done more in the early stages with.
Alderman Zuko.
Yes, Lord Mayor, Abu Dhabi, first country, first city in the world to have air-conditioned beaches. They actually dug up the sand and put air conditioning pipes on the beach. 8th of October 2014, and I'm going to support the motion, I'll just let you know that. But as Councillor Posselt mentioned, it was over 20 years ago when Council stopped monitoring there. But in 8th of October 2014, some younger buck, Alderman Marty Zuko, put up a proposal to reinstate the sand that was taken during the war. I did a lot of research. I've got it all in this document. I had to run out of battery, so I had to try and get it on my phone. And at the time, we went through a process, maybe Mr Noy might remember it, it's a long time ago. We're going through a process to write to the Defence Minister, the Prime Minister, Andrew Wilkie, to reinstate the sand. And in the little bit of research I did, I'm no expert, but some of the people I spoke to said, look, if you reinstate the sand, that could add towards the better water quality. I don't know, I'm no expert. But I think we've got an opportunity here that there's a federal election going on, and I believe that we could, and hopefully the mover doesn't mind, that we move an amendment or accepts it in, that we write to the Prime Minister, we write to the opposition, we write to Mr Wilkie again, and see if we get him to reinstate what was rightfully the Cornelian Bay's property. Sand. Now, I know, it's been stated that the Hobart City Council could reinstate the sand, but I've got the whole story here in the document I drafted back in 2014 in regards to it all. So I'm going to move an amendment, or unless the mover and the seconder want to accept it in, and my amendment will be that we write to the Prime Minister, we write to the Minister for the Defence, and the opposition spokesperson, and Andrew Wilkie, in seeking that they give a commitment during the election to reinstate the sand that was rightfully taken from the Hobart City Council. And I'm happy to provide this document to everybody, this media release and documents that I had at that particular point in time. I don't want to go through the process of explaining exactly what happened, but I've got it here, exactly what happened. And I live at Hope, like Abu Dhabi. They've got an air-conditioned beach. Who knows? Maybe in the future, if we've got our sand back and we are testing water, something could come that we could have, hopefully, swim there. I would love to see swimming back there. I think it'd be absolutely amazing. But there's a lot of things that have got to go under the bridge, so to speak. So hopefully if we can try and at least get the sand back and do some testing, and maybe we can reinstate Cornelian Bay in the future. So I move that as an amendment, Lord Mayor.
Need a seconder for that amendment?
Lord Mayor, just in terms of adopting it into the motion, I'd just like to ask Alderman Zuko, thank you for your contribution, if you'd be willing to consider the words remediate the bay. That may include returning the sand, as remediation does imply returning to its original source, but would allow the officers some leeway in what that actually looks like. I've seen the 2007 report on rebeaching, but I'm not sure that we'd have the support of the table in its totality if we specify beach, but if we went remediate, I think that the table would probably...
What we do is we write to those people to remediate, and hopefully I'll read what I said in conclusion here. In conclusion, Alderman Zuko pointed out, even though the ecology of the Cornelia may be changed since the sand was removed, as the ecology adapted with no sand, the ecology could be also readapt with sand. So remediate the bay, right, but also write to the relevant parties, because we're in an election, we've got an opportunity. That's what I'm saying. I'm happy to use remediate the bay, but also write to the Prime Minister, opposition, and Andrew Wilkie, and provide them the background of what happened in the opportunity of getting funding towards some works that can be done in Cornelian Bay.
Lord Mayor, if I may respond and confer also with the seconder, I'm happy for that to be adopted into the motion as long as it is remediate, and I take his with the adoption of that into the motion, just in terms of the way it's framed up that letter. Is that okay?
So my understanding is that it's that a letter be written to these various people, talking about the getting their support for the remediation of Cornelian Bay.
Yeah, outlining some of the past history, particularly if you're writing...
Including restatement of secret.
Yeah, if you're writing to defence, particularly some of the history around mining that occurred for defence activities that may have some funding. I'm happy.
Deputy, are you happy to include that?
Happy to include it.
Okay. Thanks, Alderman Zuko.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The motion for me is very simple, and I thank both the councillors for bringing the motion. It simply says, firstly, that we assess the current water quality, and I don't see any problems with that, and I support that. And two, it says that the remedial options for improving water quality within the bay. So I support that as well, and I don't want to prolong this discussion. Thank you.
I don't want to prolong the discussion either, but I will just for a moment.
Councillor Harvey.
I'm there regularly, and I go there and walk the dogs, and I look at the birds, and there's probably 8 to 10 species of birds that now use that mud flat that's there. So I'm very protective of those birds, including oyster catchers. I don't think I've seen a sooty oyster catcher there, but there's definitely the more common oyster catcher. 2 types of herons, the white one, grey one. Swans, coots, ducks, and another species I can't think of the name of, but they're either in the water or they're sitting in a dead tree. There's a dozen of them. No, there's gannets there too sometimes. But it's an area that's important for birds. And if you wanted to rehabilitate it, it'd have to be done in a particular way. But here I'm focused on the water quality, which is the first thing. And the second thing I'm focused on is the master plan for Cornelian Bay. I think there's a really good opportunity, especially with the land I've talked about 700 times, down the end of gas
Gasworks Road, which could do a big link around the cemetery. But when it comes to things like sand mining, I'd hate to think of how that would add to our 20,000 tonnes of carbon footprint if we were to start stealing sand from somewhere else, or buying sand or mining sand basically to replace the sand that was once upon a time there. And all sands aren't the same, so I'd like to know more about the sand, but that's for later. But at this point I'm happy for monitoring the water quality, and I think using a drone is probably the most sensible way of doing it, or when the tide's up on a flat bottom boat or something. But there are little boats that take off from that area as well. There's canoes, and the schools use it as well for rowing. So there is activity that goes on there. But the mud flats, I assume there's biota in the mud flats that the birds live on. What happens further out, I don't know. But basically I think it's mud, and any footprints into the mud would release that plume of heavy metals that I'm sure is pretty thick around that area. As we know, Nearstar's been putting heavy metals into the bay and other stuff for 111 years now. So it's a pretty contaminated site all the way through there, and the Derwent was known as one of the most polluted rivers in the world.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Is there any cost involved in doing the report component, or would that just be internal staff? We would need to get experts. No?
No, we'll do that internally.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I'll support the motion too. I think we do need to be wary though of sending the messages out into the community around that it's all good for swimming there now, like no gimmicky videos with, snorkel or anything like that to give the wrong impression to people that it's all good for swimming. As a kid, I was made sure to, I was told to not go near that water in that area, and I certainly wouldn't be letting my kids anywhere near it. Thanks.
No further. Would anyone like to sum up of the two movers? Okay, I'll put the motion then. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously.
No.
I don't know whether I need to move. With this item, I'm just going to, before I go forward, I'm going to just ask the CEO if this... Oh, do I need to open it before? Do you need to open it before we do this? I think we do. I am, yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, so I am going to withdraw this motion because I had some advice. I did work with the staff on this motion, but then I saw the advice and the change about the April 25 and the legal advice, and I've asked the CEO whether we can discuss this at a workshop, and he's agreed yes, and so you'll all be pleased to know that I'm going to withdraw this motion for now because the time is getting late. So it'll be something we discuss at a workshop once we have some more advice. Okay, questions without notice. Are there any questions? Councillor Kitsos?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've got two questions without notice tonight, both roughly around the same issue. My first one is, according to my amendment in July 2024 to the transport strategy, when will the next tranche of school active travel plans be undertaken, and can Campbell Street Primary School be prioritised as the community are concerned about the safety of the road crossings there? My second question is, can I please have an update on the implementation of the first tranche of school active travel transport plans as per my amendment in the August 2024 meeting?
Mr Noy,
look, I didn't quite hear the second one, but in relation to when is the next school active travel plan going to commence, it will commence shortly, and it is in relation to Mount Nelson School. In relation to can we consider Campbell Street, that'll be a matter for further budgetary considerations next year. And sorry, the second question?
Yeah, the second question is just about an update on what the implementation has been of that first tranche.
I need to take that one on notice and provide you with a fulsome response.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've just got one question in two parts. Just as part of the community engagement process around the Sandy Bay Ferry Terminal proposal, Has the council identified any existing parking issues in the Waimea Avenue area and surrounding streets? And is the council working on a solution to this problem, which was actually raised with us by residents at that meeting when we considered the terminal initially?
Yes, thanks, Lord Mayor. Yes, I mean, we are aware of parking problems through and around that area where there are cars parking sort of throughout the working day, throughout quite a wide area there, and we heard that through the engagement as council did with their own submissions that were made to council. So yes, we are and will be considering options to be able to address that in and around the area as we progress with considering the feedback that we're getting from the engagement, which I believe concluded on Friday night. So.
Right, fantastic. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Elliott.
I was just wondering, I have a question about questions, please, but I was wondering when I might be able to get the response to the questions I asked in the January and February meetings related to legal expenses, if they're far away from coming through.
We've actually started the process. There's parallel RTIs on that, so we haven't got an answer for you at this time because we actually have to work through that material line by line around what's privileged, and some of it actually relates to individual councillors, so we need to navigate how we would put that to the chamber.
Okay, so it's been collated. All right, thanks.
Votes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Questions for you to whoever's appropriate. So, I provided some feedback, I believe it was late last year or might have been early this year, on a document where it had the Acknowledgement of Country, Welcome to Country listed, and I noted it didn't conform with the advice from the Office of Indigenous Affairs, where if it's something specific to Hobart, we really need to mention the Muanina people. And I was pleased to note actually that the introduction to council meetings subsequently seemed to change at the next meeting, but I've noticed it's changed again, and so my question is, can we receive advice as to the correct and appropriate Acknowledgement of Country at the start of the meetings, just to make sure that it does actually conform with the expectations of the Muanina, and of course noting that they're no longer with us, but should be recognised if we're doing activities in Hobart and the wider Aboriginal Tasmanian community.
I will take that on notice because, look, I asked that very question today of our community development staff, and I'm looking at a massive long answer here that I won't be able to summarise in the short time that I've got. So I will take that on notice and provide you with a response once I can digest this down a bit. So.
Can I just speak to that, Lord Mayor, quickly?
No, I don't think you can.
I'll speak to you later.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. With regarding the amount of transport-related projects and the importance of transport within the city and its planning moving forward, can the CEO or relevant director...
Sorry. Installing a new PowerPoint.
That's all good.
Oh, you can do it over there. I've just charged mine over there because all the power's gone off.
That's right.
Can the, and I should also note the unexpected increased amount of work that some transport projects have had. Can the CEO or director comment on whether or not they believe that the transport team is adequately staffed to deliver the projects which the council has endorsed, such as the Augusta Road separated cycleway, West Hobart Lamp, school active travel plans? Do we have the resources in light of how much effort it seems to take to get some projects over the line?
Oh, look, that's a complicated question, and specific to transport. I could probably name half a dozen other services and pose the same question. So I would take that on notice and provide you a response.
Thank you.
No further questions. We'll move to noting the questions arising during debate, which is item 27. Is that moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. If we could have a motion to move into the closed portion of the meeting. Moved by seconded by Councillor Dutton.